bientôt ce Forum national sur les services de police des Premières Nations. Nous commencerons avec une prière d'ouverture de l'aîné Mike Mitchell dans environ 8 minutes maintenant. Hi, everybody. We will start in approx 8 minutes. We'll start with our elder, Mike Mitchell. So get ready. It's going to start soon, anytime soon. Thank you.
Hello. Sego. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good. I was afraid I might be up there in nowhere land.
Oh, no worry, you're there, but we can see you.
You can see me. I can see you now.
But
okay, I'm all set.
Okay, your camera is on?
My camera is on you.
Your camera is off. We will start, Mike, we'll start in 5 minutes.
5 minutes, okay.
I'm going to introduce you and then we'll start with the opening prayer. Just a quick note, simultaneous translation in both English and French is available for this meeting. Please feel free to choose the language option you prefer. It's in the bottom. It's in the bottom of the screen, and you'll have a feature mentioning interpretation at the bottom. So you have 3 options: floor, which means the language that is spoken, or the language you can hear, or you can have a meeting completely in French or completely in English. Hi Tim, good morning. So I'm gonna introduce myself before starting. My name is Wina Siwi and I'll be your co-facilitator for this forum, National Forum on Policing. And my colleague Tim is there, just joined me. Hi, Tim.
Morning, Weena. Thank you. Yes, good morning, all those participating in the National Forum on First Nations Policing. My name is Tim Katchoué. I am from the Scownin First Nation in Treaty 2 territory. Happens to be in the middle of Manitoba currently. And I am the co-facilitator for this forum. Again, this is a forum on First Nations policing. This is not an assembly. All the participants will be able to participate in the forum throughout the next 2 days, today and tomorrow. We have a number of presentations and speakers and ample time for question and answers. So welcome everybody to this National Forum on First Nations Policing, hosted by the Assembly of First Nations, and very happy to be here and working alongside my colleague, Weena Siwi.
Merci Tim. Très honoré de te retrouver et d'avoir l'honneur de co-faciliter avec toi cette rencontre, ce forum national qui se déroule sur 2 demi-journées, alors aujourd'hui et demain. Et je vais répéter un petit peu ce que Tim vient de dire, mais en français. Et je souhaite commencer en vous souhaitant évidemment la bienvenue et en vous disant immédiatement que l'interprétation simultanée est disponible pour toute la durée de la rencontre et vous trouverez le bouton ou l'accès à l'interprétation dans le bas de l'écran de Zoom et vous pouvez choisir l'interprétation en anglais, en français ou simplement entendre les présentateurs et les personnes qui s'adresseront à vous dans la langue dans laquelle ils s'adresseront à vous. Si vous êtes en anglais, vous pouvez changer si vous le souhaitez tout au long. Il n'y a aucun problème. Sentez-vous bien confortable de le faire. Alors, mon nom est Weena Siwi et je suis très contente d'être avec vous aujourd'hui sur le Forum national sur les services de police des Premières Nations. Je suis avocate conseil en droit relatif aux droits autochtones, aux premiers peuples. Et je suis Ron Wendat et membre de la nation Anishinaabe Abitibi-Winnie, donc plus connue sous le nom de Picogan au Québec. Et je suis donc très honorée de vous accueillir et de vous souhaiter la bienvenue. Il y a une magnifique journée, une lumière extraordinaire dehors. Alors, je suis certaine que cela va guider nos réflexions, nos partages qui concernent un sujet extrêmement important, les corps policiers des Premières Nations, donc les corps policiers dans les communautés des Premières Nations à travers le Canada. Et nous allons bientôt commencer dans quelques secondes, voire peut-être 1 minute, et nous allons commencer par une prière d'ouverture de Mike Mitchell et notre aîné Mike Mitchell qui s'est joint à nous. Alors il est présent et on pourra donc commencer dès maintenant. Il est midi, heure avancée de l'Est. Alors, j'aimerais sans plus tarder céder la parole à l'aîné Mike Mitchell pour la prière d'ouverture. To you, Elder Mitchell, for the opening prayer.
Dig.
You're there? Okay. To you. You can go, Elder Mitchell.
Yeah, there's a sign that just went on. You're on.
Good.
Today, I'll say in English first. We acknowledge all living beings on Mother Earth, the land, the water, the air, the animals, the wind birds, the trees, the four winds, grandfather, thunders, our elder brother sun, grandmother moon, the stars, and beyond the heavens. We turn our minds to the Creator and thank Him for this day. Thank Him for the health of ourselves, our families, our people, our nations. We also acknowledge that there has been a great sickness that has prevailed across our lands. And some people that are within our families are not with us anymore. And so we can only walk with them for a short period and then they're on their journey. But we acknowledge them. That's the way life is. And so with those words, we offer them to the Creator. But everything else, there are the spirit guardians. We are left. And they watch over us. So today is a little bit of a sad day because in each of our communities, we have sense of loss. But that is the way creation is, life. And so we start that day by acknowledging all the beings that are alive, living with us. We are very careful to be respectful of all living things, that we are a part of creation. And so the life that we have, for as long as we have to spend on Mother Earth, we acknowledge each other. For all the people that have come together for this meeting, we're glad to see you are in good health, peace of mind. We clear your minds. We open up your heart. And in that way, we acknowledge one another for what we carried, the gift of life, the responsibility that we have as caretakers of this land. And so those thoughts of what affects us on earth, on land, in the air, beyond the heavens, we're very careful to say, Yama, thank you, Creator. Thank you for the life that I have. Thank you, Spirit Guardians, for watching over our people of our nations. Thank you for all living beings that we live with. And with those thoughts and those words, our meeting today is now open. We have a council fire that will burn for the duration of today. And at the end of the day, we'll close it off and we'll reopen the next day and begin a new series of discussions. Today, we say these words so that we can have peace in our hearts, good mind, as we discuss with one another our concerns, our ideas, our values, our thoughts, and may everything be done in a good way. Your meeting is now over, open for discussion. Tony Gawanage, down at all. One is a way this, that you do on one. There you know, this and Guawi, he and Guaw. There you can Negarunia, Chihum Jat, Chigan Quat. A way of another in Guaya, there you know, teaching Horado, Askan, Wadun Guaniguna. Teaching what we took it in night is one you gonna down at all. Your meeting is now open.
Miigwech, thank you very much, Elder Mike Mitchell, for opening our agenda in a good way. I see our National Chief, Perry Bellegarde, has joined us on the video. So we will go right into remarks, opening remarks from our National Chief, Perry Bellegarde.
Thanks, Tim. Thank you, Mike, for the prayer. Nista ninaskamun kinanaskum teno kakio no temtik no akomagnak. Nista kuskete almaskus is going to Tsunia Treaty 4 territory. I know it's Algonquins Chanishna back kinanaskum teno Odawa uta. Again, my friends, relatives, happy to be with you all. I'm from Little Black Bear First Nations Treaty 4 territory, but today I bring you greetings from the Algonquins territory here in Ottawa on their unceded territory. I thank them and lift them up. As well to all the participants listening in on this first day of a two-day meeting on policing. I'll acknowledge as well Wina Siwi, merci beaucoup, mon ami. A very good job you do, Tim Ketchaway, Tim Egwich, for the jobs you're going to be doing for the next 2 days, and as well to, again, Mike Mitchell, Nyangoa. Thank you for there. And to get us started off in a good way. I'll also acknowledge my colleagues on the AFN executive that we've worked with and assigned the portfolio of Policing 2, namely Regional Chief Ghislain Picard from Quebec and Regional Chief Terry Teegee from British Columbia. The policing portfolio or justice portfolio, they're working on this very important file and they'll be speaking right after me. So I acknowledge them, lift up for their work. I also want to acknowledge our Assembly of First Nations team that has worked on pulling this conference together, to Julie McGregor and Don Walker. Thank you for your work and your efforts. And we're focusing on this policing as an essential service. Very important. I'm not going to get into restorative justice or transformative justice, and all the things that we need to do in the justice system, but to focus my comments on policing as one element of a justice system, but a very important element. Now, this First Nations policing program has been around for 30 plus years, and it's a program. But just recently, through our advocacy work, we did get a commitment from the government, from this federal government, and I'll acknowledge Minister Bill Blair for espousing that commitment to work with us towards getting policing seen as an essential service and towards getting legislation in place for policing as an essential service. And that's why we're focused on this over the next 2 days, to get that work started and focused on. Right now, it's a program, and you all know that programs can be changed anytime on a whim. That's why you need legislation in place, harder to change. You need statutory funding in place because the program has not been adequately funded for many, many, many years. I think the numbers, when we look at it in 2018, 2019, it was 146 million for the program. 2019, 2020, 156 million. 2020, 21, 165.5 million. And we know there's not enough resources for salaries, for equipment, for capital. The list will go on and on. And so you need adequate resources in place. And once you start having legislation in place and see policing as essential service, it's a key thing. And it's going to take some time to work towards that legislation. So to me, when you look at the agenda, there's 3 objectives. Number 1, continue the dialogue and work towards policing as essential service. But while that's going to take some months to get there, we have a federal budget that's coming. So maybe another short-term immediate objective will be to help put pressure on this federal government to ensure there's adequate financial resources in the current policing program, to expand those financial resources there for this fiscal year, so that there's an increase to that First Nations policing program for this fiscal year as we work towards First Nations policing as an essential service legislation. That's the work. And so we need all of you over the next couple of days to share your thoughts, ideas, to work to influence this federal budget, working towards policing as essential service. And there's another third element, because on day 2 as well, you will see that the Rcmp commissioner is on the agenda. And I'll be making some comments about that important work that's needed to overview and work through the Rcmp, as well as an institution of a policy program and review that's needed. But we have no federal government commitment to that. And so we're going to come back again to that whole piece. So discussions on the topics being covered today and tomorrow, they're not new. We've been calling for support of our own police services and changes to Canada's policing and justice system for years. Over the next 2 days, you'll be hearing from many First Nations chiefs of police who will describe firsthand the gaps in the current First Nations policing program and how the current funding levels are not meeting the needs of First Nations they serve and protect. We'll also hear about the types of resources that are needed to fill existing resource gaps and the commitments needed to ensure long-term sustainable funding for First Nations policing. And we'll also be hearing about what actions are needed to implement real reforms to policing institutions across Canada, as well as new approaches to policing that are community-based and self-determining models of community safety that are grounded in First Nations principles, laws, and traditions. I said already, we've got a commitment from this government to work towards policing as an essential service and to work towards legislation. And we know that when supported adequately and when we have control over our own police services, our people will be safer. There's still too much violence and there's still too much pain. And it's usually First Nations people that are the objects of that violence and pain. And we're trying to fix that. So we need greater sustained investments, and we're going to keep working towards that legislation. We know it's been a chronic underfunding of police services, so we have to do more to make sure those resources are in place. The political will at the federal government level has been noteworthy. And with additional sustained investments, we can work together to implement existing recommendations and prompt change. We will continue to advocate for commitments by this government to address systemic racism in the RCMP and all policing institutions. So I look forward to hearing from Rcmp Commissioner Brenda Lucky, who will be joining us this week. And as many of you know, Brenda and I, Commissioner Lucky and I, have had our disagreements over this past year, but I respect her as a human being and her commitment to treating all First Nations in an open and forthright manner. She's got a difficult task ahead. So I'm well aware of the problems within the RCMP. I've got 3 older brothers that are retired RCMP members. They're all retired now. So I've heard a lot of stories about challenges within that institution. But again, it's one thing to hear about challenges and issues, concerns. It's more important to come up with recommendations to fix things. How are we going to recommend policy changes to fix things that are there? So we have some great potential to create a better, safer Canada for all Canadians, including First Nations people. So let's work together to get it right. Let's work together to implement all the recommendations from the final report of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. Let's work together to implement all the 94 calls to action from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. And let's do this work in a way that's accountable and with realistic timelines and benchmarks, and then report on the progress. First Nations have to be involved every step of the way, and any changes must affirm the rights that are grounded in and reflective of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. We got to ensure professionals in the criminal justice system have the appropriate tools and resources to implement change. Changes can be legislated, but if change is going to be effective, it needs to be embraced by people, by officers, by judges, and by every professional in the current criminal justice system. We know that there are many impacts of systemic racism in police services in Canada, and it's a system that I cannot claim to call a justice system because we all know it's a system of laws. It's based on common law and civil law. And not until we have First Nations law, Creators law, natural law recognized will we ever have a transformative justice system. But I think there's room for great growth in that area. To me, that's where we need to keep putting our energies and efforts. I'm going to continue to work all governments to work with First Nations to ensure every police service in Canada addresses systemic racism and lives up to the standard to serve and to protect all peoples, including our people. Every person in this country should feel respected and safe when they reach out to the institutions designed to protect us and keep us safe. So I look forward to hearing the outcome of the next 2 days, working towards that legislation about First Nations policing as an essential service. That's what we have to focus our energy and efforts on. So to our 2 co-chairs, Weena and Tim, thank you so much for the opportunity. To my colleagues, Chief TG and Chief Ghislain, thank you so much for your work, and to our staff, so much for your work and energy and efforts pulling this together. So it's 2 days. We're going to keep working together in a good way. Egoze. Thank you so much.
Merci beaucoup, chef national, pour ces mots d'ouverture que vous venez de nous donner. Et nous allons maintenant poursuivre avec les prochaines allocutions d'ouverture. Nous ferons ensuite la revue de l'ordre du jour proposé pour aujourd'hui et demain. Alors, nous allons maintenant accueillir le chef régional Ghislain Picard, titulaire du portefeuille des services de police. Bonjour, chef régional Picard. À vous la parole. Votre micro, oui.
Okay. Great, Weena. Merci beaucoup. So I'll take advantage of the technology. So I have the opportunity to split my remarks in both official languages. I could have added Innu, but obviously we don't have that opportunity this morning. كويس بتشيل نون وتمشي كويس بهوجاد نوم شتمل ودي منات من ويان بيشتي بهوجا جي بشتماني دي دمانجا amoni hiutsioni et wawitan. Bonjour à toutes et à tous. Permettez-moi d'abord de remercier nos 2 coprésidents, Weena et Tim, et pour leur travail, leur présence ce matin pour s'assurer que le tout se déroule de la façon la plus efficace possible aujourd'hui et demain. Je veux évidemment remercier, reconnaître les prières d'ouverture également pour l'aiguillage, le guidage spirituel là, qui nous est donné comme opportunité. Je veux évidemment souhaiter également la bienvenue aux ministres, aux différents intervenants ainsi qu'aux participants de cet important forum aujourd'hui et demain. Reconnaître mes collègues, le chef national Perry Dugard et mon collègue de la Colombie-Britannique, avec qui je partage la responsabilité de la justice et des services policiers, le chef régional Perry PG. Écoutez, je suis extrêmement heureux d'être avec vous aujourd'hui pour participer à ces importantes discussions sur la question des services de police des Premières Nations. Je dirais même qu'on était dû pour avoir cette importante rencontre. Ça fait plusieurs années qu'on en parle, ça fait plusieurs années qu'on milite pour avoir le temps et l'espace pour discuter d'un dossier qui est extrêmement prioritaire aux yeux de plusieurs de nos représentants, de nos dirigeants. D'ailleurs, je me permets de saluer, si c'est le cas aujourd'hui, la participation des chefs à travers le pays. Je sais que pour beaucoup d'entre vous qui êtes ici présents plaident depuis de nombreuses années en faveur de changements et de réformes des services de police. Et je suis heureux que nous ayons l'opportunité de nous réunir virtuellement pour entamer la conversation sur la façon dont nous pouvons réformer les services de police pour mieux répondre aux besoins des Premières Nations. La pandémie de la COVID-19 nous a montré beaucoup de choses, notamment à quel point les Premières Nations sont résilientes et à quel point notre peuple peut être fort et uni devant l'adversité. Mais la pandémie nous a également montré à quel point le racisme systémique dans les institutions gouvernementales comme la police et le système judiciaire laisse souvent tomber des membres des Premières Nations et à quel point il est urgent de changer fondamentalement la façon dont ces services sont fournis à notre population. Nous avons besoin de communautés sécuritaires et sécurisées, mais nos concitoyens doivent aussi avoir confiance que la police les servira et les protégera comme tout le monde au Canada. L'année qui vient de s'écouler a été sans précédent. Qu'il s'agisse des manifestations suite à l'affaire George Floyd et de Black Lives Matter aux États-Unis, ou des incidents violents impliquant les Premières Nations et la police ici même au Canada. Le public a clairement indiqué qu'il souhaitait voir des changements dans la façon dont les personnes racisées et autochtones sont traitées par les forces de l'ordre. Depuis 1967, plus de 20 rapports ont examiné la relation entre les Premières Nations et la police. Ils ont abordé tous les aspects de la situation et les conclusions restent les mêmes. Le Canada n'a pas réagi au problème du racisme systémique à l'égard des Premières Nations. Au Québec, nous avons eu la commission Bien, qui a donné lieu à un rapport exhaustif qui a émis 142 appels à l'action pour éliminer et prévenir la discrimination et le traitement différentiel entre les peuples autochtones. 6 services publics étaient couverts par le mandat de la commission. La police, la justice, les services correctionnels, la santé et les services sociaux et la protection de la jeunesse. The Bien report found systemic discrimination towards First Nations in these public services. This discrimination exhibited seriously affects the quality of services provided to First Nations, or simply denies them any service at all. The calls for action lay out a roadmap for reconciliation between Quebec and Indigenous peoples. They offer detailed, practical measures to improve relations between public service providers and Indigenous peoples. Last September 2020, the Assembly of First Nations Quebec Labrador released its own action plan on racism and discrimination. The action plan consists of 141 suggested actions on how individual citizens, organizations and groups, media, educational institutions, municipalities, policing and justice services, as well as businesses can get involved to end racism in our public institutions. Building upon the countless recommendations of policing reform, we have a real opportunity during this forum to discuss how we can reform policing services to meet the unique needs of our peoples. We want to see changes to policing that demonstrate a holistic approach to the social, economic, and political well-being of our communities, and policing reform is a key element to that approach. We want policing services that are not looked upon strictly as law enforcement, but to have our police officers looked upon as role models and educators who contribute positively to our nations. We need policing legislation that respects and treats our policing services the same as non-First Nations police forces. We also need recognition of First Nations governments' ability to administer their own policing service with equal funding, resources, and acknowledgement of the service as being essential. This will allow our nations to hire and maintain an adequate number of officers, provide proper facilities, equipment, training, and ultimately keep our peoples safe. Through this national forum, I hope we can generate many new ideas for change and create a new path forward for First Nations policing. Again, welcome and thank you for attending this National Forum on First Nation Policing. I am looking forward to hearing all the meaningful dialogue and creative solutions from the sessions today and tomorrow. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Merci, chef régional Picard. Alors, nous sommes maintenant rendus à la dernière portion de nos allocutions d'ouverture et j'aimerais accueillir maintenant le chef régional TG, qui est le responsable du portefeuille Justice. Regional Chief TG, to you.
Thank you. Deneza, Seikuza, Skyza. Samoiga, Samanak, Sama, we get chiefs, hereditary chiefs, guests, speakers, concerned citizens. I just want to first acknowledge the territory I'm on, the unceded, unsurrendered, continually occupied territory of the Tlahtli, the Dakesh people, just in the north central of British Columbia near Prince George. I want to thank our two co-chairs, Weena and Tim, for taking us through the next couple of days in this police forum. We also want to acknowledge Knowledge Keeper Mike Mitchell for his prayer and leading us in a good way. Thank you for the good words and leadership, National Chief Perry Bellegarde, for the words and encouragement and also direction in terms of reforming policing. And lastly, I just want to thank Regional Chief Jocelyn Picard, who has been on this file for quite some time, longer than I have. And certainly I thank him for his leadership and also for his friendship in terms of really dealing with this portfolio, which has been, for most parts, trying and also challenging. I just want to thank all the panelists, ministers, and participants today who will be speaking in terms of what we will be discussing today and reform of policing here in this country we call Canada. The National Forum on First Nations Policing and the discussions we will be having regarding policing and justice reform is timely and very much needed. I'm speaking here today with a heavy heart, as we have lost another young man, a 20-year-old man named Justin Jones from Talokiat First Nations, who was shot and killed in an altercation with the Rcmp just 3 weeks ago. Justin is one of many who have died at the hands of the police. And Justin is from the same community as Chantel Moore, as we all know, who was killed in an altercation with the police from the municipal police of Edmondson in New Brunswick. And during this pandemic, we also saw the loss of my relative, my cousin, Everett Patrick, last April at the hands of the Rcmp in Prince George while he was getting arrested, succumbed to his injuries. And it is yet another needless death of a First Nations person that we have seen in this past year, and another loss that we've seen over the last many decades. And certainly these are loss of a community member, a family member, and a loved one. I have to ask myself, and we have to ask ourselves, how many more? How many times are we going to hear stories of our people asking for help, only to meet with violence and death? Even one life taken this way is too many. But how many have we heard about over the course of this past year? It's too many. It is frustrating and it's heartbreaking to lose so many of our people this way. Enough is enough. The use of deadly force by Canadian police forces and the militarization of these many police forces against Indigenous peoples is an epidemic in this country, and it has to stop. As Regional Chief Picard stated in his opening remarks, there have been numerous inquiries, studies, reports, all of which are sitting on a shelf gathering dust. The lack of action on implementing these proposed solutions means more senseless shootings and more loss of First Nations lives. We don't need any more reports. We need more action, and we need it now. In the BC region, we made significant strides in developing an action plan to implement the BC First Nations Justice Strategy. The BC First Nations Justice Strategy was developed by the BC First Nations Justice Council in collaboration with the Government of British Columbia. Both parties included Attorney General Minister David Eby and Solicitor General Minister Farnworth, and both signed off on the strategy just before the pandemic lockdown began a year ago. It is a monumental and historic step that we must all take. The Chiefs of BC support the BC First Nations Justice Strategy and have given us mandates at the BCAFN, the Union of BC Indian Chiefs, and the First Nations Summit, also known as the BC First Nations Leadership Council. And we now look to implement the strategy, including seeking further supports from federal partners. The BC First Nations Justice Strategy is built upon foundational philosophies that include adoption of an integrative, holistic, and comprehensive approach, and addresses all forms of interaction between First Nations and the justice system. A presumption of diversion for Indigenous peoples throughout the justice system, from policing to courts to corrections. Calls for change to proceed on two tracks at once. One, reform of the existing justice system, and two, transformation through the rebuilding of Indigenous justice systems consistent with the standards of the United Nations Declaration for the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. The proactive creation of conditions to ensure First Nations people are no longer disproportionately interacting with nor being impacted by the justice system. And lastly, 180-degree shift from the current reality of First Nations peoples in overrepresentation in all stages of the justice system, and their underrepresentation in roles of authority and responsibility within the system. The justice strategy 22 calls for new models of structured relations between First Nations, the Rcmp, and other police forces that support strategic policy and community level change. This is an important step in achieving policing reform. We need community-based policing models instead of crime control models, and we need to plan for the transitioning of Rcmp services out of First Nations communities wherever possible. We will hear from Minister Blair, Minister Lametti, Minister Miller, and Minister Bennett shortly. And I know that in January, they received supplementary mandates to work with Indigenous partners to develop a national Indigenous justice strategy. I believe that the creation and implementation of a national Indigenous justice strategy, as well as policing reform initiatives, including First Nations policing as an essential service legislation, can lead to the types of concrete actions and fundamental changes that our nations want to see happening now. Without justice, there can be no peace. We will not achieve reconciliation without action, leadership, and firm commitment to change. I want to thank you all for participating today and tomorrow in the National Forum on First Nations Policing. I look forward to hearing from all the panelists today and tomorrow. And lastly, I just want to say that this day and age, as we've seen in my colleagues' comments, the issue of Black Lives Matter, George Floyd, Indigenous Lives Matter, that the public wants to see change. Our people want to see change. Our communities need change. So the purpose of these 2 days is to discuss solutions, find ways forward, and see that our First Nations really make change in the policing system. Further to that, the justice system, that they're inextricably connected. And with that, I want to thank you all for attending today. I want to thank my colleagues, and I pass it back to you, Weena and Tim, to take us through the agenda, and thanking you all. Masicho.
Thank you very much, Regional Chief TG. Thank you, National Chief Bellegarde and Regional Chief Picard, for your welcoming remarks. We have an agenda for this forum. This is the Assembly of First Nations National Forum on First Nations Policing, March 16th and 17th, 2021. For Tuesday, March 16th, we all logged in at noon Eastern time. We had our opening prayer from our Elder Mike Mitchell. We've had opening remarks from National Chief Perry Bellegarde, Regional Chief Ghislaine Picard, and Regional Chief Terry TG. We will be having opening remarks shortly from Minister Bill Blair, Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness, Minister Mark Miller, Indigenous Services Canada. That'll take us into a wellness break. We then have a forum overview by the facilitators, Weena Siwi and myself, Tim Catchaway. We then go into the discussion session, community, safety, and First Nations. We have panelists Doug White, Boyd Peters, Dwayne Zachary, Chief of the Peacekeepers, and Dustin Rusk of the Rcmp. That discussion is for community safety and First Nations. We then have another wellness break. After that wellness break, we have another session on reforming police services. Our co-chair, co-facilitator, Weena, is one of the panelists on that one. We have Donald Worm and Alyssa Lombard from Lombard, Sumaganis, Worm, and Lombard attorneys at law. Alternative models for community safety, Chief Doris Bill from the Yukon. That will bring us to the end of today, closing remarks and a closing prayer, a lowering of the fire from our elder, Mike Mitchell. Tomorrow on the agenda, we will log in again for noon, tomorrow at noon Eastern time. We will then have the opening prayer, raising of the fire by our elder, Mike Mitchell. We will go through the agenda again. We have plenary sessions with questions and answers, First Nations Policing Program, Public Safety Canada, priorities for First Nations Policing Reform, Gerald Swamp of the First Nations Police Chiefs Association, Police Governance, Daniel Bellegarde, Chair, File Hills First Nations Service Board of Police Commissioners. We then have a discussion session, First Nations Policing, Enhancing Existing Services, William Bill Moffat, Chief of Police for Rcmp Police Service. We then have Inspector Daryl Hunter and Dave Scott on the same panel, expanding First Nations policing from the Manitoba First Nations Police Service. We then have Commissioner Lucky from the RCMP, questions and answers. We will then have a wellness break at 3 o'clock. 3:05 tomorrow, we have First Nations Policing, another discussion session, jurisdictional issues. Sean Dillard, Chief of Police from Akwesasne Mohawk Police, resource and capacity. Kyle Meltingtowel from Chief of the Police of the Blood Tribe. And we have wrap up comments and from Regional Chief Picard, Regional Chief TG, and Minister Bill Blair, reviewing the main points of discussion from the sessions and takeaways, commitments for reform, enhancing First Nations police services. We'll then have closing remarks by Weena Siwi and myself, and then we will have the closing prayer from our elder, Mike Mitchell. So that is the agenda that was put together for the Assembly of First Nations National Forum on First Nations Policing. Again, it is a forum. It is not an assembly or a chiefs assembly. So participants in the forum will be able to make comment and ask questions. You do not need a proxy or any of those sorts of credentials to speak at this forum. So this is a forum open to everybody who is registered. So now it is 12:40 Eastern. We will now hear from Minister Bill Blair, Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness. So.
Good afternoon, miigwech and bonjour. It is an honor for me to have the opportunity to say a few words to open this virtual event, and I'm speaking today from my home, which is located on the traditional territory of the Mississaugas of the New Credit. I would like to begin by thanking the Assembly of First Nations for organizing this National Forum on Policing. This is, of course, an important topic for the AFN, for all Indigenous peoples, and I want to assure you, for the Government of Canada. And as you know, one of the top priorities of our government, and given to me in my mandate by the Prime Minister, is to co-develop a legislative framework for First Nations policing in Canada. This framework must recognize First Nations policing as an essential service and address issues of equity and access. That commitment is enshrined not only in my mandate letters, but in the most recent speech from the throne as well. I know that the AFN is keen to see legislation introduced as soon as possible, and I share that enthusiasm. I can tell you that Minister Miller and I, as well as our departments, are working as quickly as we can to make that happen. But this is not something that the Government of Canada can do on its own. We have to do it in cooperation with First Nations partners. Getting input, feedback, and buy-in from the AFN and other organizations is an essential part of the work that we must do. And that's why last December, we announced that we would be providing $1.5 million to the AFN to begin an early dialogue and to begin those discussions. It's also why, over the last few months, I've started to meet with First Nations leaders from across the country on this important matter. And I am very thankful that that conversation is continuing here today. One thing that we have heard over and over again is the need for significant reform in the area of Indigenous policing, and I completely agree. All Canadians deserve to be safe in their communities. But right now, First Nations people do not benefit from the same level of policing as non-Indigenous people. We have had a First Nations policing program in this country since 1991. It currently serves about 450 communities. And to be fair, it has had a positive impact on people's safety, with communities seeing on average a 25% reduction in violent crime. But I also want to acknowledge the program is far from perfect. And while the government has significantly increased its funding in the past couple of years, the FNPP remains underfunded and frankly inadequate to the task. Many communities are unable to access the program. For far too long, Indigenous police services and communities have also had to compete with each other for discretionary and time-limited funding. This is not an appropriate or acceptable way to manage something as essential as policing and community safety, nor is it fair to the people living in First Nations communities. The Prime Minister has entrusted me with a significant responsibility to fix this unacceptable situation. I want to assure you all that I take that responsibility very seriously. Change is urgently needed, and that includes ensuring that all First Nations communities have policing services that are equitable in both resources and quality as those in every other part of Canada. It's about putting communities first in determining their own community safety needs and policing requirements. And that means adequate, sustained, and consistent funding for First Nations policing. It's also critical that those services be culturally competent and responsive to the needs of the community. And as we've seen with the existing FNPP, people feel safer knowing that they have a dedicated policing presence within their community. It's important that people see their officers as being understanding and responsive to their unique cultural needs. That helps to build the trust necessary for police to effectively serve their communities and deal with all of the social conditions, crime, and public safety risks that may exist within them. Let me also say that I recognize the importance of respecting the unique realities of Indigenous communities. It's very important that First Nations have governance control over policing in their communities. People have a right to determine how they want to be kept safe and how policing services should be delivered within their communities. Getting all this right will produce better and fairer outcomes, and it will improve the safety of Indigenous peoples right across Canada. It will also address the systemic and structural racism that exists within policing and within the criminal justice system. It will help us deal with the overrepresentation of Indigenous people in our courts and in our prisons. It will also lead to real progress towards resolution of the calls for justice contained in the final report of the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls and the Principles of Reconciliation. We must and will do better, but we have a great deal of work to do. The only way for us to complete this work successfully is to do it together, with collaborative engagement between federal, provincial, territorial, and First Nations leadership. I'd like to once again thank the Assembly First Nations for its leadership on this critically important issue. I want to assure you of the Government of Canada's commitment to working in partnership with you. I want to wish all the participants a successful and productive forum, and I look forward to the discussion that will take place over the next 2 days. Thank you, miigwech, and merci.
Thank you very much, Minister Blair. That was very good opening remarks. We are now waiting for Minister Miller from Indigenous Services Canada. I believe that he is logging onto the forum. I don't think he is logged in yet. So we heard from Minister Blair. We are just waiting for Minister Miller to log into the forum. I believe he is logging in according to our technical staff, who are doing an amazing job behind the scenes, keeping everything running. So I don't see Minister Mark Miller yet, but he is logging in. We are in communication with his office, and there he is. Minister Miller, thank you for joining us. I see you. Can you hear me?
Yep, I saw I was
Yes.
promoted to a panelist. So
Yes, absolutely. So we just heard from Minister Blair, and we are now awaiting your remarks. So thank you for joining us this morning.
thank you, and glad to be here. Just let me know when you're ready.
Yeah, we are ready for you, Minister.
Oh, super. Okay, I'll just get going then. Kwekwe, hello, bonjour. Merci d'abord de m'avoir invité à participer à cette importante conversation. Je vous rejoins aujourd'hui d'Ottawa, donc du territoire traditionnel du peuple algonquin. Je vous remercie de m'avoir invité aujourd'hui. Je tiens à remercier tout particulièrement le chef régional TG ainsi que le grand chef Picard qui ont organisé ce forum. Je tiens également à souligner le travail du grand chef Picard au cours des 20 dernières années. Il a été et reste toujours un ardent défenseur des services de police dirigés par les Premières Nations et a veillé à ce qu'ils obtiennent le soutien et les ressources nécessaires. I want to make it very clear that my colleagues and I remain committed to reforming community safety approaches and Indigenous policing. As you've heard from, no doubt, Minister Blair, I'm proud to play a part in this process, working with Minister Blair to accelerate the co-development of a legislative framework for First Nations policing. A framework that recognizes First Nations policing as an essential service and that expands the numbers of communities served by First Nations police forces. Everyone here recognizes that the disparities and inequities experienced by Indigenous peoples are rooted in racism, marginalization, and social exclusion. I believe that correcting the inequities and improving safety and well-being requires not only First Nation-led policing program, as necessary as they unquestionably are, but also better health and education, improved infrastructure, fiscal relationships, cultural identity supports, and more within First Nations. Most of all, it requires Indigenous peoples having real control over their lives and their future. Without justice for and by Indigenous peoples, progress will be slow and piecemeal. As many of you have told me before and continue to do, policing and community safety and wellness and equitable opportunity can't be separated one from the other. Leaders of many Indigenous communities have made it clear that in addition to support for Indigenous-led policing, they need support for alternatives that provide alternatives to policing and increase social, mental health, youth, and other supports. We look forward to having further dialogue with you to find ways of supporting Indigenous communities and organizations so that together we can realize a vision of community safety that goes beyond an absence of crime by responding to the unique challenges related to colonial legacies and supports local control, importantly. Working closely with leaders like you, we're determined to close the gaps in health, the gaps in education, the gaps in employment. Atteindre cet objectif a évidemment été rendu beaucoup plus difficile à cause de la COVID-19. Vous connaissez trop bien les défis uniques auxquels vous faites face pour répondre à la pandémie. Les leaders et les communautés des Premières Nations ont fait preuve d'une force et d'une résilience extraordinaire au cours de l'année dernière. Cela doit être reconnu et félicité. Cependant, on ne peut nier que ces enjeux sociaux créent des situations difficiles pour certains des plus vulnérables d'entre nous. J'ai été alarmé notamment par les rapports signalant une forte augmentation de la violence contre les femmes autochtones, alors que les restrictions liées à la COVID-19 confinent les familles dans leurs maisons. Selon une étude réalisée au printemps dernier par l'Association des femmes autochtones du Canada, une femme sur 5 a signalé avoir été victime de violences physiques ou psychologiques. Cette étude a également révélé que les femmes sont plus nombreuses à s'inquiéter de la violence domestique pendant la pandémie que du virus. Des statistiques comme celle-ci soulignent la nécessité d'investir dans les mesures de protection et de bien-être des communautés alors que la pandémie se poursuit. It's for this reason, in part, that our government dedicated over $4.2 billion in COVID-19 assistance for Indigenous and Northern communities and organizations to protect the most vulnerable and support those who need it most. This investment included commitments in several key areas. For example, thanks to your advocacy, we committed $82.5 million specifically in mental health and wellness supports to help Indigenous communities adapt and expand mental wellness services, improving access and addressing growing demand in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic. A further $1.1 billion is being delivered through distinctions-based Indigenous Community Support Fund. It helps Indigenous communities and organizations prevent, prepare, and respond to COVID-19. This new money is in addition to other supports available for First Nations, Inuit, and Inuit health and emergency management on reserve. These funds can be used for everything for support, and have been used for everything, from support for elders and vulnerable community members, measures that address food insecurity, education, and other supports for children, and importantly, for the purposes of this forum, mental health assistance, emergency response services, and the support of the important measures for perimeter security. All these measures for preparedness and prevention of the spread of COVID-19. The Indigenous Community Support Fund, providing Indigenous leadership, provides Indigenous leadership with the flexibility needed to design and implement community-based solutions. It's through supporting community priorities that best results are and have been achieved. In addition to this, as part of the fall economic statement, our government announced $724.1 million to launch a comprehensive violence prevention strategy to expand culturally relevant supports for Indigenous peoples facing gender-based violence, among others. For instance, we've set aside nearly $45 million over 5 years to build 12 new shelters, which will help protect and support Indigenous women and girls experiencing fleeing violence. That's a very long list of programs designed to bolster communities through these challenging times, and even more important, to prepare for a better future. As the year moves forward, we hope to work with you to leverage lessons reinforced during the pandemic, namely how crucial it is that solutions be community-led to shape a new vision of policing and community safety. Miigwech, thank you, et merci. I can keep going, Tim, if you want, but I'm
No, thank you very much, Minister Miller. That was very, very good. Weena, what do we got next?
Merci, Monsieur le ministre Miller. Merci le ministre Blair, qui justement n'a pas pu être avec nous aujourd'hui. C'est la raison pour laquelle nous avons visionné une vidéo, mais il a confirmé sa présence en personne demain. Alors, il sera avec nous demain. Et maintenant, à l'ordre du jour, alors je crois qu'on propose de revoir rapidement l'ordre du jour parce que c'était un ordre du jour erroné qui a été montré à l'écran un peu plus tôt. Alors, comme on est dans nos temps, nous allons pouvoir revoir cet ordre du jour. Tim, would you like to go over this agenda, this revised agenda? It's the final agenda. I think this is, yes, they confirmed this is the right one, but we cannot see clearly on the screen. So I'll leave it to you, Tim.
Yes, the agenda that I have, it says it's the final. I know there are a couple of different revised versions of it. I don't know if the proper agenda is up on the screen as of yet. Again, I'm looking to the technical staff. It does say provisional program agenda. I'm looking at the technical staff. Again, it is not the right agenda that is on the screen that is being displayed currently. So we don't have I have the final agenda in front of me. I did read through it a little bit earlier. Okay, so it's being sent to the staff at Encore to post the proper program agenda, the final approved agenda with the proper speakers and so we're still waiting for the technical staff to be able to display the proper agenda. I see the chat function is open. Do the participants of the forum have? There it is. There's the proper agenda. That's the one that I have on my notes. So again, this is the National Forum on First Nations Policing, hosted by the Assembly of First Nations, March 16th and 17th. We've logged on to the virtual session. We've had our opening prayer from Elder Mike Mitchell. We've had introductions and a review of the agenda verbally by myself, but this is the actual one on your screen. We've had opening remarks from National Chief Party Bellegarde. We've had opening remarks from Regional Chief Islam Bacard, Regional Chief Terry TG, opening remarks from Minister Blair, opening remarks from Minister Miller. Thank you very much for that, Minister Miller. We will be going into a wellness break shortly. We will then come back to a forum overview by the facilitators, Weena Siwi and myself. We will then have a discussion session, community safety and First Nations. Doug White, Boyd Peters, Dwayne Zachary, and Dustin Rusk will be the panelists on that discussion session. That'll take us into a wellness break. Another discussion session. Weena Siwi is a panelist. Donald Worm is a panelist. Alyssa Lombard is a panelist. And Chief Doris Bill is a panelist on reforming police services. Then we will have closing remarks by Weena Siwi and myself, and then a lowering of the fire by Elder Mike Mitchell for Wednesday, March 17th. You get that on the screen. Wednesday, March 17th, there it is. We will log on again for 12 noon. 12 noon, we will have Elder Mitchell opening the meeting. We'll have introductions, again, a review of the agenda, plenary session with question and answers. We will have Kristen Solveniason, Aboriginal Policing Policy Division, Public for First Nations Policing Reform, Gerald Swamp, and Daniel Bellegarde, Chair of the File Hills First Nations Service Board of Police Commissioners for that Q&A. We'll then have a discussion session, First Nations Policing. Billy Moffat, Chief of Police for the Naskipi First Nations Police Force, Naskipi Police Force, and Daryl Hunter, Inspector Dave Scott from the Manitoba First Nation Police Service. And then at 2 o'clock tomorrow, Brenda Lucky, the Commissioner for the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, will be on questions and answers tomorrow, 2 p.m. Eastern Time, Ottawa time, for an hour. We will then have a wellness break. Discussion session will bring us back First Nations Policing. Sean Dalude, Chief of Police from Akwesasne Mohawk Police, and Resource and Capacity from Kyle Meltontal, Chief of Police from the Blood Tribe. We will then have forum wrap up. Regional Chief Islam Bacard, Regional Chief Terry TG, and Minister Bill Blair. Review the main points from discussion sessions and takeaways, comments for reform and enhance First Nations police services, closing remarks by Weena Siwi and myself, and a closing prayer from our Elder Mike Mitchell. So that is the program agenda for this National Forum on First Nations Policing, hosted by the Assembly of First Nations and co-facilitated by myself and Weena Siwi. So it is now 1:02 Eastern Time. We've had our opening remarks from National Chief Perry Bellegarde, Regional Chief Islam Bacard, Regional Chief Terry Tiji, Minister Bill Blair, and Minister Mark Miller. So we will go into a wellness break, and we will be back at 1:20 Eastern Time, which is 12:20 in Manitoba, 11:20 in Alberta, and I don't know what time that would be in BC. What time would that be in BC, Weena?
Not sure, but as you mentioned, we'll be back in 15 minutes. So stay tuned. We'll be back.
Thanks a lot.
Alors, bonjour, re-bienvenue à ce forum national. Nous commençons maintenant avec le premier panel de discussion. Et ce que je vous propose, c'est qu'on a certaines orientations générales à vous présenter pour la période de questions, questions-réponses, échanges, mais je le ferai à ce moment-là pour pouvoir aller immédiatement à nos panélistes. Et je rappelle que les panélistes vont rester tout au long de leur panel, donc ils vont faire une présentation chacune, et ensuite, dépendamment du temps qu'il nous reste, nous aurons une période de discussion. Et les panélistes resteront sur la scène pendant cette période d'échange, et tout au long, vous pouvez utiliser la fonction questions et réponses, question and answers, pour adresser votre question à un ou une panéliste qui se trouve présent dans le panel qui est actif. Alors, c'est important aussi, je vous rappelle de bien vous nommer sur Zoom. Parfois, on prend l'ordinateur de sa fille, son beau-fils, et c'est pas le bon nom. Alors, c'est important de vous renommer afin de vous assurer qu'on puisse s'adresser à vous dans le forum de la façon que vous souhaitez que l'on s'adresse à vous. Et ensuite de ça, lorsque la période d'échange de discussion sera arrivée, les panélistes pourront répondre aux questions. Nous pourrons lire les questions à voix haute, mais vous aurez aussi la possibilité de vous adresser en personne aux panélistes. Alors, il y aura deux possibilités, mais j'y reviendrai. Alors, je vous annonce maintenant notre premier panel qui est sur la sécurité communautaire et les Premières Nations. Et je vais inviter d'abord Doug White, qui viendra vous entretenir et vous faire une présentation sur la stratégie de justice des Premières Nations de la Colombie-Britannique. Doug White est président du Conseil de justice des Premières Nations de la Colombie-Britannique et il sera également accompagné de Boyd Peters. So, Doug White, you're ready? The floor is yours. Thank you.
Asiam nasiaya. Enta pet qualasalton tani snanemo. Enta pet clishin tani hupachasit. Ait na squalawin quanis iahi heidsepka siamestimo. Good morning or good afternoon, everyone. My name is Doug White. My co-salish name is Qualasalton. New channel name is Clishin. I want to give thanks to Elder Mike Mitchell for his opening of this forum, the National Chief for hosting, and Regional Chiefs TG and Picard, and to Weena and Tim for being such good facilitators and hosts. I know we've got a brief amount of time to share the work that we're doing in BC on this topic. I'm going to take the first bit and I'm going to pass it over. So I'm the chair of the BC First Nations Justice Council, and Boyd Peters is another member of the Justice Council who has the lead on policing and corrections on behalf of the Justice Council. So we wanted to take a little bit of time. I think we have 15 minutes or so to talk about our work. Now, I want to begin by saying, obviously, we're in a major moment in our country's history. We're at a defining moment, a dynamic moment where there has never been a more significant crisis in policing with respect to our peoples. And the initiative here that's being discussed is a welcome development of bringing and opening up the space and solidifying the foundation for policing in our country that we can have some measure of control over. But what we want to talk about, in addition to that, is that our approach here in BC has been to overcome a simple reality that we have been entirely excluded from structuring the foundations of the justice system in our province from the very beginning. And when we think about entities and institutions like policing, we know that they were in fact, like the origin story of policing in this country is one of control. The Northwest Mounted Police were established to control and open up the prairies for settlement. And when I think of the way that that is so, and when I think about how policing continues to function in this country, I think back to a year ago and the removal of the Wet'suwet'en blockade in northern British Columbia. It was effectively exactly the same pattern as the origin story of policing in this country, opening up the West for the development of resources for the benefit of others, to the dispossession of Indigenous peoples. And so one of our work here in BC is addressing those basic realities that we have been entirely excluded. And it is now time for us to be in a position of control and in shaping the foundation of the justice system in this country. We will never be able to overcome systemic racism and explicit racism and the challenges that we face of excessive use of force, of over-incarceration of our people, over-policing of our people, overcharging of our people, over-prosecuting of our people. We'll never be able to overcome this grim reality until the justice system emanates from our own governments, our own sovereignty, our people. And so here in BC, we've done the work of, we engaged with the government of British Columbia to craft the BC First Nations justice strategy over the past number of years. It was signed about a year ago here in Nanaimo on Vancouver Island. And it has two main elements to it. One is to reform the existing system, the one that exists already, to make it less harmful and more appropriate and respectful for our people. And then two, to prepare the pathway for if governments are being serious about the implementation of rights and the implementation of the UN Declaration, then it's about opening up that space for the articulation and the development of a justice system that comes from Indigenous peoples. I have in my own work, and we at the Justice Council do, one sort of animating question. And we think about First Nations woman in our community and her needs for public safety. And how do we achieve that goal of ensuring that she is able to live a dignified life where there's integrity of her person, where she feels safe, and when she does need help, she feels safe to ask for that help. We've been through this, even just during the last 2 years, some pretty grim outcomes of police interactions with our people. Regional Chief TG referred to that earlier in his opening comments. Grim outcome after grim outcome. This cannot be accepted as normal. And so the strategy presents a comprehensive approach to reforming the justice system and opening up space for the development of an Indigenous justice system. I want to say it's important to us here in BC that this is a welcome development in terms of the federal government legislating and shifting out of a program mode into an essential service mode for First Nations policing. That's definitely an important opportunity, and we're supportive of that. But that doesn't help or change the reality that the Vancouver Police Department is one that just last year arrested an Aboriginal elder and his 12-year-old granddaughter, put them in handcuffs and put them on the sidewalk outside of a bank for effectively banking while being Aboriginal. That doesn't change the fact of the reality of what Regional Chief TG talked about happened to his cousin. I'm also, in another part of my work, I'm the chief negotiator for the Lake Babine Nation, where late Everett Patrick was a member. The arrest, it would be shocking to take a look at. Maybe it wouldn't be shocking to see the way that he was arrested in downtown Prince George. It didn't look like a police force arrived to deal with the situation. It looked like the military arrived to deal with the situation. Armored vehicles, men that didn't look like police officers, but rather looked like soldiers with automatic weapons and with dogs. And we have to ask ourselves basic questions. Was there any other possible outcome than what happened? When we design a police force that looks more like the military force that arrived at Oka a generation ago, when that's what we're sending to deal with Indigenous peoples, we've got to wonder, well, what other outcome are we expecting? This has to change. And so while it's important that we can establish First Nations policing that we're in control of with respect to our communities, we know that many of our members, many of our people live in urban contexts where the RCMP will be continuing to function, where municipal police forces will be continuing to function. And when we think about the governance requirements, the fact of recrafting an origin story for policing in this country that includes us, then we have to not just think about governance of First Nations police forces, but Indigenous governance of the RCMP, Indigenous governance of municipal police forces. Every iteration of policing in this country has to include us. And so we do have that two-track approach in BC where we're looking to take immediate steps to change the status quo while we're building the longer-term realities for our people. And so we've got this brief presentation that talks about some of those features. And we're happy to share that with you all. I'm going to stop now and pass it over to Boyd to share some thoughts with you. And I thank you very much for your time and the opportunity to participate. Boyd?
Yeah, thank you, Doug. Really appreciate those opening comments and really understand the significance of the work that we're doing with reshaping the community safety and the work that we're doing with the First Nations Justice Strategy. And thank you for being facilitators, Tim and Weena. We'll move on to the next slide here now. The background, the BC First Nations Justice Strategy was endorsed by the First Nations Leadership Council, the BC First Nations Justice Council in the province of BC on March 6, 2020. It was a wonderful ceremony at Nanaimo in Nanaimo. It was a great feeling and sense of hope for our people. The strategy is the first of its kind in BC, including the first to involve Indigenous peoples in shaping justice matters. And I think it was already explained that the mandate is twofold and to challenge approaches that contribute to the growing overrepresentation of Indigenous children and youth in the care of the government and Indigenous men and women in incarceration, and productively engage with government to advance effective strategies that can achieve better outcomes for our people in the justice system. On to the next slide. We have two paths, and the one below is today. Number one is to transfer select justice functions, increase cultural safety and representation, and legislation, which is what we're talking about today. So that's the track one. And path two is to repatriate services, create space for self-determination, to do capacity building, and restoring jurisdictions. So that's to rebuild the Indigenous justice systems and institutions. So there's working groups that are actively working to do these two streams right now. Next slide. The foundations of the strategy is a presumption of diversion entrenched throughout the justice system, and that's from pre-charge to post-conviction, to ensure the incorporation of GLADU principles throughout the existing justice system, including police interactions. We all know that police is the normal first phase of getting charged, and how it's dealt at that point is really important. Through expansion of the current policing program and implementation of required changes to community tripartite agreements, First Nations will be supported to assume greater control of community policing. To the next slide then. So there's a new way forward. We have many strategies in our justice strategy. So the number one is reflecting the core value of a presumption of diversion throughout the existing justice system. That's really important. Strategy 7 is legislative and policy foundation for independent oversight and accountability, and provide public education and reporting on First Nations justice matters. Strategy 10 is prevention and youth, and 11 is First Nations women. So we want to ensure the vulnerable populations are safe. Strategy 20 is to develop standards of cultural competency and training for all who interact with First Nations in the justice system, including the police. Next slide. Strategy 21 is to establish roles for elders and knowledge keepers to ensure cultural competency and support for First Nations community-based justice programming. We heard that loud and clear when we did the regional sessions throughout BC here. Strategy 22 is to establish new models of structured relations between First Nations, the Rcmp, and other police forces that support new strategic and policy level, as well as community level and cooperative change, while supporting greater community level police forces. Strategy 25, establish a new self-standing prosecution policy related to Indigenous peoples, and that work is well underway for prosecution. Next slide. First Nations policing in BC. As we heard earlier, the First Nations policing program is a national program that was created about 30 years ago. It's two models of police service delivery include community tripartite agreements. That's a dedicated contingent of officers from an existing police force, and they're contracted to provide services for a community. There's 59 of them in BC here, of the 203 communities that we have. And there's the self-administered agreement between Canada, BC, and the First Nation, who establishes and operates their own police force. Statlium Tribal Police is the only one that we have here in BC. Next slide. Challenges with policing in BC jurisdiction. We have our own jurisdiction over our own lands and peoples. It's based on our legal orders and in accordance with our own understanding of justice. So a lot of work needs to be done there. Systemic racism. Systemic racism still exists in police systems in Canada and is part of a continued system of colonialism that police forces defend and perpetuate. Use of force. The militarization of police goes beyond the criminalization of peaceful political demonstration and land defenders. And we've known what happens with wellness checks in a lot of the news that's going on right now. Criminalization of policing addictions and mental health issues. Decriminalization of drugs can play a key role in the presumption of diversion and ultimately the successful implementation of Path 1 of the BC First Nations Justice Strategy. police discretion. Police continue to enjoy relative impunity and evade accountability when misconduct is involved. Accountability and oversight. There's long been calls for an independent oversight and accountability function to address challenges and concerns regarding Indigenous people and the justice system. Governance. Space must be created to ensure First Nations are represented on police governing bodies across the province. Lack of cultural training and representation. Cultural safety and competency needs to be done a lot more of. Children and youth. The vulnerable populations really need to be taken care of. And of course, we know funding, the current models for First Nations policing program are really under-resourced and provide little options for First Nations communities to choose our own models of community policing. So next slide. We really like to thank you for listening to us on behalf of the BC First Nations Justice Council, myself and Consultative, Doug White. We now turn it over to Weena and Tim, and thank you. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Jimmy, Gwitch, Doug and Boyd. Et juste avant de présenter notre prochain panéliste, j'aimerais mentionner que je vois dans la liste des participants, dans le speakers list, qu'une personne souhaite a levé la main. Et nous allons arriver à la liste des personnes qui souhaitent s'adresser au forum lorsque la totalité des présentations auront été faites. Donc, il y a 3 présentations, 4 en fait avec Doug et Boyd, et il y en a 2 autres à venir, et nous arriverons ensuite à la période de discussion. Alors, si on ne va pas à vous immédiatement, c'est simplement parce que on va y arriver un peu plus tard, mais on ne vous oublie pas. Alors, j'aimerais maintenant accueillir notre prochain panéliste, Dwayne Zachary, qui est le chef des Peacekeepers de Kahnawake, qui va venir nous parler des protocoles et des lois des Premières Nations. Dwayne, are you present? Est-ce que Dwayne est présent? Oui, je le vois qui arrive dans le soleil du jour.
I'm here.
Good to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dwayne Zachary. I'm the Chief Peacekeeper for the Kahnawake Peacekeepers. I've been in this role for quite a while now, nearly 20 years. And in that time, I've gotten to get a perspective about First Nation policing. But before I get to that, I want to thank everyone for attending this forum. I think it's a long time coming. Thank you to everyone who took the time to organize this and put it on. I think we need to have these discussions going forward. First Nation policing becoming an essential service is vital to, not only our communities, but I don't think everyone realizes First Nation policing has a profound effect on national security as well. So, this is timely, and from my perspective, it's about time. So anyway, I'll get into the presentation that I do have. And I want to thank the people who preceded me with their presentation. It's very similar to what I was going to do, but in light of some of the other discussions and some of the other talks that I heard earlier, I'm going to change it up a bit. So I don't know if many people know about Kahnawake. Kahnawake is a Mohawk community just south of Montreal. We are literally just on the South Shore. It would take me about 5 minutes from my office that I'm in now to get into the downtown core, of course, if there was no traffic. And because of our close proximity to the city, we have approximately 100,000 commuters who come through our territory daily to access the island of Montreal. So we're also responsible for the safety and security of those people too. Kahnawake is unique in that, and most First Nation communities are extremely unique in the way that they run, in the way that they're laid out. and Kahnawake is no exception. We have our own justice system here in our community. We've worked really hard to provide a service that's commensurate with the needs of our community. You know, like we make sure and we ensure that our traditions and, you know, the way that we are as a people is reflected in the justice system. We have justice of the peace who have been appointed federally, and we use that system to our benefit at this moment to preside over criminal cases, as well as we have traffic court. So it's a two-pronged court system that we have here, and they work in conjunction with our First Nation service. There's another community as well that is very similar to ours. That's Ugwizasne, our sister community, and we have a really close relationship with them as well. First Nation policing has struggled over the years, and since 1991, the First Nation policing program, you know, hasn't really done First Nation policing any favors. You know, at the outset, I believe in 91, there were nearly 58 First Nation police services across the country. As it stands now, there are 36, so we're not going in the right direction. The First Nation policing program was developed to help provide First Nation policing services to First Nation communities, to develop, you know, to provide the resources necessary to do those types of things. But the exact opposite has happened. And I think because it's a program, it makes it extremely difficult for First Nation communities. And I believe that the First Nation policing service that exists now across this country exists because of their creativity. And when you think about it, I would say that all of those services are, you know, proof that First Nation policing does exist, and they're real, like, feel-good stories, because First Nation policing, as I said earlier, is essential in the safety and security of not only our communities, but communities that are around us. So going forward in this presentation, each of you and each of the First Nations that exist in this country, you know, you need to, you know, exert your jurisdiction. You need to take control of what you're doing in your communities. Much like we have here in Kahnawake, we're developing, we have a court system now. We have also developed our own Justice Act, which we're waiting to turn the key on. Of course, you know, we need recognition from the various governments, and it's the recognition that we need because we want reciprocity. We want them to recognize our stuff. They're always asking us to do what they want, but we need that in return, right? We need fair and equitable treatment for our court systems, for our policing services, you know, for all of the services that are necessities in our communities. First Nation policing has struggled over the years, and in that regard, you know, First Nation administration of police services has had to become very creative in the way that we provide services. And if you look at what we're doing, I would say that First Nation policing is a model that other, you know, for lack of a better term, mainstream policing can use our example and tailor it for their needs, because there definitely needs to be change happening in this country now. There are so many things that occur. The Kahnawake Peacekeepers is not a large First Nation police service, but in the situation that we're in, we work extremely hard to provide services to our community. You know, and the one of the things that we like to say is that there is no call too small. You know, there's always talk about civilianization of police services, you know, and maybe that's well and good for other types of services, but in some First Nation communities, the only service they may have would be their you know, their First Nation service. And if they were to say, I'm sorry, that's not something that we deal with or handle, I mean, you know, all of that trust that they've worked so hard to build up would be gone in an instant. So there's so many things that First Nation police services do in each of their respective communities. And I want to go back to something that I said earlier. Each and every First Nation community in this country is unique. And each and every one of them needs to have a service that's developed and made specifically for their community. You know, to say that what I do here in Kahnawake would work in another community, you know, that would be, you know, my own folly. You know, we'd have to go and we'd have to look at each community if we were going to provide services and interact with them. Every single day for us here, I look at it as a new day for us to build trust with our community, to be able to help them, to be able to review their needs and incorporate that into the way we go forward on a day-to-day basis. You know, in the previous presentation, they talked about interactions with police services and you know, some events that had happened. You know, you know, I lived through 1990 here in Kahnawake, and I saw how, you know, the military, the Sûreté de Québec, the Rcmp, I saw how they treated people. And in my head, that was what solidified for me, you know, saying to myself that this is what I wanted to do for a living, that I wanted to become a Kahnawake peacekeeper, because I never wanted to see anyone from my community treated that way again. And that's not to say that there aren't good people in those organizations. There are. And here in Kahnawake, we've developed really close partnerships with the Rcmp, with the Sûreté de Québec, as well as the OPP. We have discussions all the time. We've developed protocols with the Rcmp and the Sûreté de Québec, you know, on how we're going to operate in our territory, because the community of Kahnawake, that's our territory. That's our home. And we will say what happens here on our territory. So, you know, it's been a long time coming. You know, the service here, the peacekeepers, began in 1979. So, you know, a little over 40 years. I'd like to think that we're a really good success story. And going into the future, I'd like to see this service be able to grow and change with the needs of the community. You know, and that holds true for all of First Nation communities across this country. You know, the 36 existing First Nation services, you know, I've had a lot of good luck in my career, and I've been able to work with many of the chiefs of police that work there, and they're all doing a phenomenal job of providing services. And oftentimes they're providing those services without proper resources, proper training, you know, proper infrastructure, all of those things. And that's why I said earlier that First Nation policing, when you get into that, you have to be very creative about the way you manage whatever resources that you have. And one of our biggest commodities, one of our biggest resources and best resources are the people that we hire to work in these First Nation services, right? The FNPP was designed to try and help further First Nation policing. I don't think it's done that. I think it's time now for a change. I think the idea of making First Nation policing an essential service is timely. It absolutely needs to happen. On my part, I will continue to advocate for First Nation police services for communities that have it and for communities that don't and are interested in moving into that realm. You know, like we need to do a better job to provide services to communities, because at the end of the day, the safety and security of each and every one of our communities is paramount. Thank you.
Merci, Dwayne. Merci, chef des Peacekeepers. Dwayne Zachary, pardon. Excusez-moi, j'ai testé la traduction. Merci. J'ai testé la traduction et puis je suis toujours avec la traduction, alors je vais l'enlever. Je m'entendais en français. En anglais, pardon. Alors, j'aimerais maintenant accueillir notre dernier panéliste sur ce panel qui concerne la sécurité communautaire et les Premières Nations. Et j'appellerai maintenant l'inspecteur Dustin Rusk de la GRC qui va venir nous entretenir sur l'établissement de meilleures relations entre les Premières Nations et les services de police. Mr. Rusk, are you there?
I am, and good to go. Thank you.
Okay, great. To you.
Merci. Good afternoon, everyone. Koe, and from my Slavey Denetang Naison. Thank you so much for inviting me today to participate in this first ever national forum on First Nations policing. And as with everyone, to show respect, I'd like to start by acknowledging about being here on the unceded and unsurrendered Algonquin Anishinaabe territory. So for the topic of building better relationships with First Nations police and police services, the Rcmp honors all First Nations peoples and values their past and present contributions to this land, each other, and in working with police. what's so important about that part is just, what we've heard lately about nothing about us without us when it comes to reconciliation, but also going further into that, and that the community needs to see themselves in the police, and the police need to see themselves in the community. Open up with, hearing about sometimes in our communities, a complaint that we hear is that your cops have no legs. What does that mean? Well, what it means is they're not getting out of the police car to get into the community and get to know people. And that's the important thing, is about those relationships. And those relationships can be so key, and of course, to start off with youth, elders, the knowledge keepers, but also the future of any of the First Nation communities and the people. And once you get that segue in there, I believe that's a huge buy-in, not just a buy-in, but it develops so many ties, and there's so many benefits both ways, that it's a two-way conversation. And also too, it opens things up for recruitment, for getting more involvement from the community, to seeing that the community actually cares about what the community cares about. So we do know that throughout the history of the relationship between First Nations and the Rcmp, this has entailed a fulsome narrative of both ups and many downs. From the March West, as was spoken to earlier by several of speakers, of how that played out with colonization, impacts to freedoms of First Nations people, but also to many of the actions today that the Rcmp has been involved in that's eroded First Nation people's trust, and that's so important to keep account of. What I like is to speak to is the fire, and how important the fire is to First Nations culture, and that the embers of the fire of trust needs rekindling. In many cases, we could be down to just ashes. In some cases, a little bit of flames are there in the fire. In other cases, the flames can be very strong. But either way, we can always support good rekindling of a flame and support that strong fire. Because especially lately with this, how long winter's been holding on, I think we could all enjoy a strong fire. But it's also okay in the summertime too. But this is going to take time to rekindle through rock solid actions and engagement with each other. And of course, with us making sure that we get our legs back. The Rcmp has made the commitment to reconciliation and making sure that that's done with Indigenous communities, peoples, and employees. And this can be through an increase for calls for service. When you have that trust, then people do trust to call the police, because sometimes we found out that people aren't calling because they don't trust we're going to do the job. They don't trust we're going to answer. They don't trust that we're going to be respectful. There's also a fear that can happen. And that's something we need to get around to and dealing with, so that there is trust that people will call the police when there's a need for service. And of course, it is also recognizing that we can't be everything and all for everybody. Many challenges come up with some of the calls that we're dealt with, and sometimes there is a situation that it can be that the police are the only answer they can go to. But we do know, of course, sometimes that if you do look on YouTube or whatnot, there can be times that people have called 911 and it wasn't the appropriate time to call. But that's aside. But of course, also, it's not just about calling for service when things are going to the wrong. It's about calls for being engaged in local matters in the community, be it for powwows, potlatches, ceremony, gatherings. I look at my service where often it was very much an honor to be called in for any significant event, whether it was going to be, unfortunately, for someone passing away, or also for a celebration that was going to happen. But it was important for us to be seen in the community, and vice versa for the community to see us helping out. And recognizing that we all have a role in working together in this, and that it's not just the relationship between the police and a First Nation, but also others being involved, and making sure that we have a wholesome discussion and wholesome planning going forward that can involve the schools, it can involve elders, can involve the youth, can involve the businesses, many others that are involved there. But a lot of it too comes down to dialogue, and it's getting around that fear and having that talk. Which does lead, sometimes it's not easy, because sometimes when you go to have that talk, just thinking back to some experiences, and I'm sure many of the other police officers are going to get involved in this, is sometimes when you walk up, you see a bunch of kids playing road hockey or something like that, and you're going, hey guys, what's up? We're girls too. And quite often the first answer is, what did I do? Did I do something wrong? What's going on? Who's in trouble? That right there needs to have a culture change, because it's also too, we should be going to the police for help, not out of fear. And that's something that we got to be committed to changing. Dwayne spoke earlier on a few moments ago about the importance of working with our First Nation Chiefs of Police Association and any of our self-administered police organizations. Vital for having that relationship and dialogue, supporting one another. Quite often when it's a self-administered, and any of our folks need to go in to help support them, is making sure that they get a good understanding of what it's like for the culture and being engaged in the culture, which is not easy sometimes when it is situations that are often unfolding quickly, but that is so important about being engaged with the community. He did also mention about the FMPP, and under the First Nation Policing Program, we do serve several hundred communities. Well, actually, I shouldn't say several hundred, over 100, well over 100. But we do serve several hundred First Nation communities, both under the FNPP and our regular policing agreements. But under the FNPP, there is something called the Community Consultative Group. And this is where a group of individuals that collectively align to represent the community come together and work with the Rcmp that are under a community tripartite agreement to hash out exactly what does policing look like for that community. What do they want to see enforced? What do they want to see the Rcmp involved in? Also the importance about having any co-developed or collaborative training that can make sure that the Rcmp members are better engaged to know what's happening. And again, these are challenges that some communities are ahead on, and some communities we need to do a better job on. But those are the ones that we talked to you about the FNPP. What about the other ones? Well, with the other communities, that's important for the detachments and the communities to have a dialogue, come to some form of agreement or some sort of understanding as to what to do together, to work together to better police the community and to ensure that the community has a voice in what we're doing. Further to the relationships I mentioned earlier on was about recruiting. If you take a look at recent stats that our statistics as far as Indigenous employees in the organization has gone down, that's an important thing to be cognizant of because we do need to bolster recruiting. And this is something I think is that with First Nations and the Rcmp that we can work on together to better recruit from our First Nations people to be a part of the Rcmp, to be a part of self-administered police forces, to be a part of other police forces that do provide policing services to First Nations. And this is important that it goes back about nothing about us without us. And also to speak to what one of my elders said when I got into the Rcmp was be a part of the change. Get in there, make a difference so that it's reflected to see what's happening in the organization is reflective and that First Nations can see themselves in you. So this is something that we do have to do a better job on. But again, looking at this day and age, many of services, other police services are facing the similar challenges with recruiting, and so are some other aspects that are in the social structure world or corporate aspects of Canada are having some challenges in recruiting too. Further, with that is we've had some challenges with recruiting this past year, of course, with the pandemic. Impacts that have hit on our training academy. So it's important that we make sure that there's a safe place for people to train. One of the tools that we do use, or I should say programs, the Indigenous pre-cadet training program, unfortunately it got impacted because of the pandemic. So we're looking about when we can have that one come in. So at least it would give young Indigenous people a glimpse as to what that life would be like to go through depot and then think about, is this career really ready for me? And also looking at, what can we do to open up a dialogue to actually start developing those pathways earlier so that people can look at a segue into this profession. And that doesn't always have to be wearing a uniform. There's many other jobs and opportunities that people can do as employees to support and help deliver on the commitment to having safer homes and the well-being of communities. Further, all this to say is getting back to, it's come up a couple of times about racism and whatnot. Very big challenge because we know that systemic racism is fraught throughout many institutions, throughout Canadian society. And of course, the Rcmp has been impacted by this and dealing with those matters within our ranks and within our employees, but also, along that line is having that dialogue to recognize where we can adjust, where we need to make changes, and where we need to do a better job. So, and that's not an easy thing to have as a dialogue, but we have to be open to seeing what it looks like from the outside looking in to where we can better adjust and do a better job as that police service in the communities and be supportive to what communities want for their policing. So that does open up quite a few things for moving forward in any of our discussions as we move through the advancement of the First Nation policing program and seeing what communities want. And a lot of this speaks to the importance of reconciliation. I spoke earlier on about the importance of reconciliation with Indigenous people, communities, and employees, where all can have a voice. And, you know, hearkening back to what Murray Sinclair said with the TRC, getting to the truth was hard. Getting to reconciliation is going to be harder. It's going to take time. There's going to be mistakes. It's going to cost. Of course, we've talked about finances here with some of our other colleagues on these panels, and how that's not always easy, and you need capacity and energy. So that's going to be a walk that's going to take time, but it's vital in that we have that collaborative effort, and that our First Nations communities hear themselves and know that they're part of this reconciliation journey. So we do have it where our divisions are working on reconciliation strategies with their stakeholders. And these are going to be living documents and matters that will take time and keep going into the future to make things better for all of us. And also too, one other part before I move on, before I close this off, is with relationships we've seen with, you know, resource and land-based protests, the importance that the land has to First Nation culture. Of course, we are stewards of the land. And when it does come to those matters, what's important for us is those relationships. It's out there about our community consultative management group folks that open up and facilitate that dialogue between stakeholders, so that we can bring upon as much as possible a peaceful resolution to any events that come to a head where opposing parties are at odds over something, especially over the important factors of our lands. So with this, I do appreciate the time to speak to this about many of these matters that are important to all of us as First Nations people. I'm also going to say with one other thing that does make it very much a challenge is we, and speaking from some others that I work with, as well as myself, it's not an easy journey being an Indigenous person, being of First Nations, where you've got one foot in a moccasin and another foot in a high brown boot, and you're trying to walk down both paths together to link together those worlds. And it's not an easy journey because, one, you're born into, you're part of your culture, the people that you're with, and the other, you become part of that organization to work with to try to maintain the right and do the right thing for keeping all communities, especially our First Nation communities, safe and kept well. So with that, thank you very much, and miigwech.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Inspector. Merci beaucoup. Alors, nous arrivons maintenant à notre période d'échange, de discussion. Nous avons un temps de réservé pour ce faire. Alors, la façon de fonctionner, c'est, en fait, il y a deux façons de s'adresser à, non pas à l'Assemblée, mais aux participants et aux panélistes, donc de prendre la parole. Alors, on a établi certaines orientations générales qui vont s'appliquer tout au long des 2 journées et qui prennent en compte le fait que c'est un forum virtuel et que il y a beaucoup de participants dans la salle, mais en ce moment, je ne vois pas beaucoup de mains levées. Alors, il y a deux façons de s'adresser à la salle. C'est de le faire par écrit en utilisant les questions et les réponses, comme beaucoup font depuis le début. Alors, merci pour ça. Nous répondons tout au long. Et si une question est adressée à un panéliste, nous pouvons le transmettre immédiatement lorsqu'on sera rendu là. Et sinon, vous pouvez le faire aussi en personne grâce à votre caméra. Et grâce à la magie de l'Internet et de la technologie, vous serez transporté en 2 temps au microphone de l'Assemblée lorsqu'on va arriver à vous à la liste des personnes qui veulent parler. Alors, d'abord, je vois que nous avons le chef Mike McKenzie qui a la main levée, mais je ne suis pas certaine si c'est une question qui s'adresse à un panéliste ou si c'est une question plutôt technique. Alors, nous allons, comme la main est levée, je regarde, il s'agit juste de la baisser s'il faut la baisser. Sinon, comme elle est toujours levée, I will ask Tim to promote, yes, the hand is still there, to promote Chief McKenzie to come to the microphone, the assembly microphone.
Yeah, I am monitoring that component, and Chief McKenzie has now lowered his hand, so he is no longer looking to ask a question, I suppose. Again, for all of the members of the forum, there are over 215 participants. This is a forum. It's open to everybody who's registered. You are able to ask any of the panelists questions at the end of the time slot. So now the floor is open for the forum to be able to ask questions. There are, as Weena said, there are several questions and comments that have been recorded by people typing them in to the chat function. So now we have the technology. We're able to, if you would like to ask a question on screen, we can, it'll take a couple of seconds, but you will be brought onto the main screen from the forum floor. You will be asked to turn on your camera and your microphone prior, so we can try and keep the transitions as smooth as possible. I see Mariah Charlson has raised her hand. So I'll be promoting you to the main floor microphone to be able to ask the panelists who have spoken so far a question. So just bear with me. I'm going to promote you now as a panelist, so you would be able to ask your question. Please, if you're going to ask a question, we ask kindly that your microphone and your video function is turned on. So let's see how this works.
Thank you, Tim. Just wanted to say that right after that we get the next participant to the assembly microphone, we will read out loud some questions in the Q&A addressed to our panelists. So I give the floor back to you, Tim.
Thank you. So I see Mariah has joined us. Thank you for that. You have a question for the panelists?
Yes, thank you for providing the opportunity. Oklas, Luchin, Suta, Mariah Charlson, Heshquiaxups, Kinquashtakomplaxups. My name is Luchin Suta. My English name is Mariah Charlson. I'm from the Heshquit First Nation on the west coast of Vancouver Island, and I am the elected vice president of the Untitled Tribal Council. We represent 14 nations along the west coast of Vancouver Island. We had a strategy session yesterday involving our 14 Nuu-chah-nulth nations, and I heard some great concerns being brought forward by our leadership, and I wanted to use this platform to share some of them. We heard from Chief Greg Louie from Ahousaht First Nation talking about community tripartite agreements and how that is really essential in their relationship with the local RCMP. I'm asking for outreach from RCMP to create these agreements with all of our nations across Canada. We also heard about the SLA, the service level agreements, which have been really meaningful in the relationship building as well between Ahousaht and the local RCMP. We heard many concerns brought forward regarding the lack of knowledge of true history. And I really wanted to use this platform to share that we need to ensure that all police officers have a certain level of competencies, and that's knowing the true history of Canada, and also giving life to that truth and understanding that how that truth impacts the work that they do on a day-to-day basis. I want to ask the RCMP to find ways that they can integrate this truth into the work that they do, and to also seek ways to use trauma-informed practice. We know that Indigenous people, we have all been impacted hugely by trauma and oppressive practices by the country of Canada. I myself grew up in a community where I was amongst the very first generation of children not to attend the Indian residential school system. I heard a chief yesterday say that his grandfather had been arrested by the RCMP for practicing his culture. For putting on a potlatch, his grandfather was arrested. We can't forget about that dark and long-lasting history. And I really look to today to hear from our leaders all across the country on finding ways that we can implement real change. And we know that this isn't going to happen right away. Another Chief had brought forward that we need to find something and we need to stick to it because this is such a big issue. And he believes that that's excessive force. And I agree with that. We saw Chantel Moore being murdered on the 1-year anniversary of the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls final report. 1 year that report sat and collected dust while we witnessed a Nuu-chah-nulth beautiful mother be murdered by police on the other side of the country. Not too long after, her younger brother, Michael, he lost his life under supervision under BC Corrections supervision. Not too long after that, we saw Julian Jones be murdered in his home community of Opitsit by the Tofino Rcmp. We can't sit silent any longer. We know that this is not acceptable, and I look forward today to find some solutions to this crisis that we are all living in today. I just want to share some of the thoughts from our Nuu-chah-nulth leaders today. Kleko, kleko, chu.
Thank you for this. I will now call on Chief Michel Edwards to come to the assembly microphone. And just one thing, we have a general guideline for the speaking time. We suggest 3 minutes per participant, per speaker. And if you're not finished, or if you have more things to say, you can always come back later. And so when you have 1 minute left, we will make a sign, a visual sign. And if you're still talking and it's been approx 3 minutes, we'll ask you to briefly conclude in 1 or 2 sentences. So, Chief, are you at the assembly microphone?
It looked like the hand was lowered, Weena, so it doesn't look like there are any more questions.
Okay.
Oh, it's back up now. So okay. I will open up the floor microphone for Chief Edwards.
Great. And speakers, all speakers, if you could please mention to whom your question is addressed. If your question is addressed to one panelist, if you could please mention it too. We will get to that panelist right after your question. So I give the floor to Chief Edwards, to you.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, and we can see you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Michel Edwards. I'm Chief of the Shekowash and Kakaitan communities in the Scatliam Nation. We do have the Scatliam Tribal Police, and we've had them for quite a few years. And, you know, they kind of work, but they operate like INAC. It's really basically program driven. They don't get everything that the RCMP really get, and they kind of work together. But you could tell there's a little bit of I guess a little conflict when the two groups have to come together and one decides that it's not their jurisdiction to go into. But that's a longer story. I think my question around this always goes back to the RCMP and maybe their stereotype thinking as they're growing up, and being in Lillooet for 52 plus years and really seeing the growth of, a lot of our young kids in school and, emotions that were brought. And so it goes to, in my opinion, the mental health and wellness of the RCMP officers themselves. You can actually put all these dollars into infrastructure and looking at how to actually look after our own people. But if you don't heal I guess I'm going to call them Shema, and the things that they actually went through in their life, things that get hidden in their home, close the door, sweep it under the rug type thing. We're never actually going to fully heal. We're never actually going to fully understand anybody, and maybe different in larger cities because you don't see it, but in smaller towns when you know everybody, and you see what actually goes on. So I see that you put a lot of money and effort and thought into creating safe havens for our women, our children, our men. But you actually, I think, and it's going to go back to the government, that they need to look at funding mental wealth and wellness for their own people. Their own citizens have a lot of turmoil, and it goes because they like to just basically not talk about things, right? Where I feel that we've really opened ourselves up as people to talk about what went wrong in our lives. The things that were done to us, but we have a whole nation of people, citizens who came over on boats who actually don't talk about everything that they went through. Their ancestors were not nice people, right? They actually ran from abuses themselves, and they came here and they weren't able to actually talk about it or heal about it, right? So it's just a learned behavior that they keep passing on, and until everybody addresses that issue head on, this systemic racism, this abuse, just thinking, treating women like they're garbage, that they're, something that they can just abuse and throw away, we'll never get past that. So I really think that the ministers on here, the funders, they need to look at their own and think about how we need to start having that dialogue just about their own history, their own abuses. Maybe they all haven't been abused, but I can guarantee you a lot of them have been, and they were not able to discuss it. And they carry that pain with them forward because they don't know how to deal with it. And I bet you anything, we'll be the ones to heal them because we are going through it, we're living it, and we're doing it. And I think that's what we need to be focusing on, how we actually heal everybody, not just one group of people, because we're not the only ones hurting. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you very much. Je vais maintenant, avant d'aller de poursuivre avec la liste des personnes qui souhaitent venir au micro, je vais maintenant lire quelques questions qui sont adressées à la GRC, donc to Rcmp. Alors, et demander aux représentants de la GRC de venir, de rester justement disponible. Et je vois que la caméra est de retour. Alors, je vais lire les questions adressées à vous. So the first one is in English, so I'm going to read it in English. And that question comes from Noreen McLeod, and it goes like this. A community consultative group is a poor substitute for a governance model. The CCR has absolutely no power and authority over police services, window dressing at best. How is the RCMP going to ensure governance by the community? So I'm going back to you, Mr. Inspector Rusk.
Great question, and a challenging one, because it goes on to about collaboration together between the police and the community. And the CCEG is about that voice about how to have policing service delivered. And to go even further back on that, it's about the importance of a community tripartite agreement. And this is one important factor about a community tripartite agreement under the FMPP. The RCMP is not a signatory to those agreements. Those agreements are between the federal government, the province or territory, and the First Nation themselves. So that's the important part about where those matters should be discussed, negotiated about what that's going to look like. And then when the service delivery comes into effect from the RCMP is where working with the CCG is to have that collaboration about how to provide policing services to that First Nation. And that can vary greatly, whether it's from enforcement to community engagement, and other matters that come into awareness and espousing what could be done with First Nation traditional laws and practice. That's also something too that also needs to be spoken to, I think, in another forum for what a First Nation wants to do is modern treaties, and where that can come into effect about which traditional laws need to be espoused. So with that one there, yeah, a CCG is kind of left with what power it does have, but it does have a voice to be working with the RCMP and to provide out a letter of expectations for what the RCMP is to agree upon, delivering and collaborating with that First Nation community to support the safety and well-being of that community. Do you want me to just answer the one online, or am I to answer the other two that were on the floor too?
Yes, I think this is a great great comment. I think this is a good way to go.
Because I'm kind of sensing from the last two that were on the floor that was more directed at the RCMP. So, hey, I'm in net, so I'll take the time now. Yeah, back to Mariah from the question on the west coast of Vancouver Island. Hope spring is coming in bloom there. Winter's fighting to hold on in here in Ottawa. So hope that things are looking good on the coast. You bring up some great questions there. Outreach for the RCMP to be involved and lack of knowledge and true history. You're also looking at CTAs. So hopefully what I just answered to you about CTAs does help. That discussion does need to happen between the province of BC and the federal government out there and your respective First Nations towards dealing with should you want to go into that. But when it comes to lack of knowledge of the true history, totally agree. And that's where I said earlier on, it's a fulsome history between the RCMP. Many years ago, it was this glorious narrative of, oh, with the March West was to provide border integrity and bring law to the lawless lands. But that was a very colonial view, wasn't it? That there were and still are laws in place, traditional laws, values of justice. And that's the thing is, we call it a criminal justice system, but as many do say, it's a legal system of laws, whereas seeking justice is so important. And that's one thing, just to get a little bit ahead, is the importance of restorative justice and traditional justice. And this is something that the RCMP is working on, which I'm involved in too. I believe very much in restorative justice and traditional justice because it does put power back into the hands of those affected, the community, and especially for addressing the overrepresentation of Indigenous people in the criminal justice system. But this is something that the RCMP will be in that important element as the referral agent and supporter of such. But it's a community thing that we all got to work together on. And that goes back to the comment about, lack of the knowledge in the life of every community. And this is the thing about, again, getting away from having no legs, getting out of the vehicle, talking, finding out what the history is of what it means for ceremony, what it means for local justice. I mean, you look again, a lot of really good lessons that we've had lately, and tough lessons at times, of who are the leaders in the community. We know about the elected leadership, but what about traditional leadership? What about hereditary chiefs? The role of the elders, also too, the role of the youth. What kind of community are they going to inherit? And any others that can be involved in. And we got to be open to seeing what that is. And also too, knowing that, using the term First Nations, there's a distinction amongst every First Nation community. As much as we can be grouped into being Algonquin, Cree, Saulteaux, Dene, or Ojibwe, there's still going to be distinctions amongst every community. And this is the importance about having that engagement between our local personnel and the community about having a importance of knowing what the local traditions are. So a really, really great point on that. And yeah, it's about the other thing about trauma-informed practices. That is something that the organization is working on right now, is making sure that as much as we need to be able to incorporate that view of where someone's coming from, who's in crisis right now, where their history is, and how they got to be in that point, that while we're dealing with them, to be in a respectful, and culturally engaged manner, speaking to and addressing what they've come through in that past, and not being a, for those of you who may remember the show Dragnet, not a Joe Friday of just the facts. We need to know what else goes into how someone came to that area and being supportive, and also getting in the community to help out with that. Yes, with excessive force, that's always a concern. It goes back to the core training of what we have is always justify your actions no matter what you're doing. And you better be ready to justify them if you step out of line. So just something to remember too, that amongst police officers is, yeah, our paychecks are dependent upon enforcing the law, but not to be above the law. I'll go over to Chief Michel Edwards. So great point you bring up about mental health and wellness of police officers, and I think anyone else who's into supporting the social and well-being of any community. That quite often, you know, you look at anyone that's taken psychology in university, most people that went in to take psychology was try to figure out a little bit about themselves. And I think it's also one big thing is about those that get into the helping industry are doing something because there's something inside of them that drives them to do that. And it could be something that could be in their past, and it's important to address. Further, what we've heard before is with that needing to heal and needing to be supportive is you got to have healthy service providers to help the community be healthy. You know, you talked about infrastructure, and I think that also leads to capacity, because I have heard that if our police officers, and I take that to other service providers, whether it's medical personnel, teachers, child and family services, if they're not well supported and they don't have the capacity and the good standing, how can they help make the community be safer? So I think that's a great point, and something that, you know, that could also be a shared journey of working towards together and taking from especially the importance of the four corners or the four aspects of a person's being from First Nations culture, of that, you know, it's not just our physical well-being, it's also our mental well-being, that our heart is in the right place, our emotions are in the right place, but of course also our spiritual journey too, and making sure that we're well balanced in being the best that we can be to help our communities. So thank you.
Thank you. Merci beaucoup, Inspecteur Rusk.
Darian.
Alors, merci. Alors, je vois aussi qu'il y avait un commentaire pour Dwayne Zachary ici, et c'est, juste un petit instant, c'est de Todd Cornelius. Il a mentionné that awesome to know. I'm with Oneida of the Thames and probably have similar issues in regards to both elected and traditional. Interested in how you structured on moving forward. If Dwayne, you have something to reply or a comment to make on that, the floor is yours.
Hi, thank you. I'm not sure if I understand the question as it's stated in the question section, but I would assume that it's in regard to the Kahnawake Peacekeepers and how we exist. So here in Kahnawake, we have our own peacekeeper law. We've gotten that recognized by the province that we are in, the province of Quebec. So we not only have our policing agreement, which is a CTA between Kahnawake, the provincial government, and the federal government, but we also have an additional agreement for the modalities of policing and the provision of services here in the province. So they recognize our Kahnawake Peacekeeper law, which gives us, the Kahnawake Peacekeepers, the authority to be the recognized law enforcement body for this territory.
Thank you, Dwayne. Merci. Alors, nous allons maintenant poursuivre. On alterne un peu avec les questions et réponses grâce à la fonction de Zoom et les mains levées. Nous allons maintenant aller au chef Pietachot qui a la main levée. Alors, chef Jean-Charles Pietachot qui a la main levée, nous allons maintenant vous promouvoir au microphone de l'Assemblée. Et lorsque vous allez arriver, oui, bonjour, chef Pietachot.
Oui.
Alors, à vous la parole, vous avez 3 minutes.
50 minutes, s'il vous plaît. Non. Kwekwe, Mr. Bogatno, Ratno Tayo, Stamenden de Tayan, ultime pour Hendaunda. Oui, très bref, après 30 ans d'attente, après 30 ans de bonne conversation, aujourd'hui, je me ramasse encore une fois à réitérer nos demandes passées, à savoir qu'on devrait avoir une propre sécurité communautaire pour nous. Et nous avons pris des moyens à même nos fonds autonomes pour se doter tranquillement de notre propre système de sécurité, ce qui est inconcevable avec tout le financement qu'on entend pour combattre la COVID, on est au-dessus de 400 milliards de dépenses, de déficit. Puis pour nous, on n'arrive pas à trouver le financement requis pour sécuriser nos gens. Nous devons assumer nos propres responsabilités qui ne sont pas les nôtres, qui normalement auraient dû être assumées par d'autres. Mais pour le moment, on a notre propre sécurité nous, un service de sécurité qui n'est pas un corps de police. Et nous nous dirigeons vers notre propre corps de police. Et là, je pense que on devrait terminer les conversations pour vraiment agir maintenant. Si vraiment l'intention est là, il va falloir considérer ceux qui n'ont pas de corps de police. Nous, depuis 2009, qu'on n'a pas de corps de police parce qu'on était en train d'assumer financièrement la continuité de notre service. Et je réitère, puis je veux reconnaître toutes les initiatives communautaires, que ce soit à travers le pays, toutes les façons de se doter de sécurité. Je salue, mais je pense que les gouvernements doivent agir maintenant. Là. Comme je vous dis, moi, j'ai arrêté de faire des mémoires depuis 91 qu'on donne à chaque 5 ans. À chaque 5 ans, des mémoires avec plein de bonnes intentions puis d'espoir, mais à chaque 5 ans, on se retrouve devant des discours qui disent qu'ils vont faire des actions positives pour la sécurité. La première chose qu'on devrait faire, c'est la sécurité des membres dans chacune de nos nations, de nos communautés. Et ça, pour le moment, là, je pense que c'est nous qui faisons face. Moi, j'ai fait face à 5 fois l'anti-émeute de la province pour défendre les droits, les titres de notre communauté. Et c'est pas comme ça qu'on va sécuriser les membres dans la communauté d'où je viens, Equanitit. Et tout ce que je veux, simplement, encore une fois, j'espère qu'il n'y aura pas un autre colloque dans 5 ans pour répéter ce qu'on fait aujourd'hui, ce qu'on dit aujourd'hui. J'en ai rencontré des fonctionnaires, des ministres, j'en ai rencontré des chefs qui avaient les mêmes intentions que moi aujourd'hui, de se doter de ses propres services parce qu'on a nos propres lois. La loi Innu existe. Après ça, il y a les autres lois qu'on s'est dotées dans la communauté, mais on ne veut pas être un gestionnaire des lois de d'autres peuples, d'autres gouvernements. On veut assumer nos responsabilités nous-mêmes et c'est comme ça que ça devrait être pensé. Et s'il vous plaît, arrêtez de converser. Je parle des gouvernements. Merci beaucoup.
Merci, chef Yetachou. Alors, nous allons maintenant nous tourner vers la liste des personnes qui souhaitent parler et je m'adresse à Jerry Jack et j'aimerais demander à mon collègue Tim de le promouvoir pour venir s'adresser aux panélistes au microphone de l'Assemblée. Est-ce que notre...
Yes, I promoted Jerry Jack. There's the email. So we asked Jerry Jack to turn on your camera and unmute yourself. Thank you very much. The floor is yours.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Oh, thank you. My name is Klakogela. I come from Muchlet territory on the west coast of Vancouver Island. I come from the House of Seaside. I'm one of the hereditary chiefs from our community, and my chieftainship goes way back before contact. But anyway, I'm a retired Mountie. I spent 17 years with the Rcmp, and I was really disappointed because the detachments I worked at had tripartite agreements, and none of the detachment commanders lived up to those agreements. They always told me that I'm downtown Gafino, I'm downtown Euclid, I'm downtown Merritt, and policing on the reserves was over. And I said, no, we just signed an agreement. You know, things have to change. And I retired in 2004. I just talked to an old coworker of mine. She just retired a year ago, and I was talking to her about policing, and she said things haven't changed, Jerry. You know, nothing has changed, and I think that First Nations people have to be involved in the IIO, the Independent Investigation, and the Complaints Commission, because a lot of complaints come from First Nations people on how we're treated. You know, when I hear stories about young ladies and men in the meetings that I go to, how they're treated by members of the RCMP, I get ashamed that I was a part of this organization. You know, I did 17 years with the RCMP, and then I went to Washington State, and I was with tribal police for 4 years. You know, so I have 21 years of policing, and I'm living back in my community and trying my best. We have a very good detachment here, good detachment commander, and if it wasn't for COVID, the acting sergeant would be up here every day or meeting with our elders and our youth. So I have to say we have it pretty good here. But I understand the frustrations of our First Nations people all across Canada, because 2 or 3 years ago, when we were in Ottawa for the national AFM, I had an opportunity to get up and speak about First Nations policing. And I'm probably saying the same thing I did then, because nothing's changed now, you know, and things have to change. And I hope things change for the better, because I don't think that the federal government will give us funding to form our own police forces. When they talked about it a long time ago, they said if you form your own police force, you're going to lose ident, you're going to lose dog, you're going to lose everything. So anyway, I just thank you for your time. I appreciate it. Thank you. Clico, clico.
Thank you very much. Alors, nous allons maintenant, je vais maintenant passer la parole à mon collègue Tim, mais juste avant, il est maintenant 14h40 et nous allons prendre les dernières questions que nous avons ou commentaires. Alors, Tim va adresser une question qui est inscrite dans la fonction questions et réponses, Q&A, et nous avons aussi Lloyd Alkin ensuite qui s'adressera aux panélistes, et une dernière question pour Dwayne Zachary qui répondra probablement directement dans la fonction, sinon nous adresserons la question en direct. Alors, merci, nous poursuivons. Tim, à toi la parole.
Thank you, Weena. This question is from White Spotted Horse, my cousin, Alan Sutherland from the Skowhegan First Nation in Treaty 2 territory. Question is for the RCMP. Rusk. So the question is, well, comment first and then the question. Now, my name is Alan Sutherland. I am the Earth Lodge Keeper of the First Nations in Treaty 2 territory, 11 with eventually 24 local First Nations. We are currently making progress on creating our justice system, including our own peacemakers and guardians for our territory. The Canadian table still don't get it. We are restricting our services we are not interested in restricting our services to the pink boxes reserves on the map. In our Northern Territory, we have local nations by provincial highways. We want to challenge the RCMP on providing services to other municipal governments in our territories, should they want it. Our system is community-based and not just law enforcement. We do not want a system that is currently broken. We want the best practices of our traditional ways and Western society, but it will be our own, nobody else's model. Can our guest panel recognize our sovereignty to do this? This is not treaty-based nor Section 35. It is recognizing our sovereignty, not Canadian policy.
Okay, that's very much a loaded question for me to be able to answer. So I'm going to approach it in two different ways. One is myself being First Nations, is recognizing that every nation has its own distinct base and culture of how it's going to approach and contribute to justice. For looking at the safety and well-being of any First Nations community is the importance of the Rcmp working with those organizations that are involved in that and being part of that. So the question would be enhancing any of the service delivery to the people of those First Nations and those communities they're in. So just hearing from the question there, it definitely broadens in when you start talking about municipalities, the province that you're involved in is being involved. And pardon me for asking, but Treaty 2, would that be Manitoba?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you.
And so part of southern Saskatchewan, sorry.
And part of southern Saskatchewan. Okay, so as we know, Canada is divided into provinces and territories, yet our treaties can span those and our nations can span those. So that becomes another open discussion to be had. So there's got to be a lot of dialogue involved here that's going to involve the government of Canada as well as the provinces of Saskatchewan and Manitoba towards doing this. And it goes back towards the policing service agreements of whether it's under the FNPP or the province or the territory, of where those folks have to be involved at the table to make sure that we all come together collectively to make sure that any service delivery of public safety, of whether it's peacekeepers, Rcmp, municipal, bylaw officers, traffic enforcement, that are all working cohesively together and being supportive of one another. So that's a very much bigger discussion to have involving all of those.
Thank you very much. We're going to the live questions next. We have 2 more questions. Is that okay, Weena?
Tim, I said previously that the speakers list is closed right after Lord Alcon, but because it's 2:45, so yes. We'll promote Lord Alcon to come to the assembly microphone. But while you're promoting him, I'm going to read our last comment in the question and answer feature. And thank you, Inspector Rusk. So this comment is from Maria Charleston, and it goes like this. Can we ensure that section 38.08 of the Police Act is enacted each time that a First Nations person is harmed or killed by Rcmp? Tlaokiat First Nation has enacted it for the first time here in BC, first time for a First Nation, appointing a civilian monitor to oversee the entire IIO investigation. This could help immensely with holding up the integrity of the investigation. So before going to Lord, okay, this is a comment that has been taken from the panelists and Inspector Rusk. Does someone, a panelist wants to address it? I saw a camera, so I was not sure. Doug, you wanted to answer?
Thank you, I can speak to that. It's an important issue. Here in BC, we've got the IIO office that conducts investigations. And there is a space within the IIO Act to appoint civilian monitors for the investigation. And I believe this was proposed last year for the death of Everett Patrick. I'm not sure that it was taken up as an opportunity, but it's certainly, I understand that it's happening with the Tlaokiat. And so that's important. It's an important development and opportunity to provide a different perspective, independent civilian perspective on there's always a concern about the independence when other police forces are doing the investigation of another police force, or there's a basic question and concern about the IIO about how many of their inspectors are former police officers. What we deserve and what we need in our society and for Indigenous peoples is to be in a place of total confidence about the investigations that are being conducted and the outcomes. We've seen, there have been to date in BC over the years extremely few instances where police have been investigated and that has led to charges of excessive use of force. That's just generally not what happens. That's an extreme exception when something like that happens. And so, so that's under the BC First Nations Justice Strategy, taking up opportunity, like existing opportunities that should be taken up. Okay, yeah, of course do that. But under the strategy, what we want to be able to see is over the course of time, Indigenous peoples having some mechanisms of oversight over police forces. It's not enough to be on advisory committees for someone else's decision-making and governance. And I think this is a key point. We need to be in a position of governance with respect to policing in this country. It's not enough to have, the community tripartite agreements, when I was chief of Snuneymuxw, presented an extremely limited opportunity for us. There was no real negotiation between the Snuneymuxw First Nation and the other governments about what would be provided through a community tripartite agreement. Can it help? Is it one tiny step? Sure, but it's not what we need. What we need is to reform the way that governance happens in policing in this country so that Indigenous peoples are part of the control structure of policing and how it happens, whether it's in municipalities or whether it's the Rcmp. Establishing First Nations police forces can be a part of that for sure. But we need to, so yes, take up existing opportunities, but what we have to be talking about here is something more transformative than that. We could take 1,000 incremental steps away from the existing system and never get to where we need to be as a country. Like, we need to be able to think about the transformative steps that are required in reframing what policing is in this country. Until we do that, we're never going to get to where we need to be. So I would say that about that question, Weena. Thank you.
Thank you, Doug. Merci. Alors, nous allons aller à notre dernier participant qui souhaite s'adresser à vous. Et avant de donner la parole, simplement pour dire aux panélistes qu'il y a un commentaire et question dans la question et réponse. Alors, comme on n'aura pas le temps de l'adresser, si quelqu'un d'entre vous veut répondre en ligne directement, vous pouvez le faire jusqu'à temps qu'on termine cette session. Alors, Lloyd Alken, la parole est à vous. Lloyd, to you.
Good afternoon. How's everybody? Mic on, Weena? Okay, I'll be very brief, to the point. I'm Lloyd Alcon from the Listugush Mi'kmaq First Nation, ex-police officer. I used to be the portfolio chief for public security for the AFNQL. Currently lead negotiator on 2 files, so I'm going to be very, very quick to the point. So one of the communities I'm working for, Winnoway, does not have a police force. Their police force was disbanded back in 2008 for funding. The SQ are taking over that that community right now. That SQ detachment is actually over 100 kilometers away, so we cannot provide any type of security to the community with 24/7 policing. I've testified before the VA Commission. I've been on expert panel reviews, everything. So what I wanted to ask is the federal and provincial governments actually breaching the Charter of Human Rights and Freedoms, Section 7 mostly, life, liberty, and security of the person. So if we look and break it down into the 2 parts, 2-step analysis, the second part is, are they depriving us with the principles of the fundamental justice? So we can put it back on them because they're not allowing us to provide the necessary means to protect our community, our infrastructure, our women, our children. So I'll be very brief. I'd like to have somebody from the government actually come through with that. Forget the federal, the policing program. I've always thought that we need to have legislative, to be recognized legislatively, and I hope that comes soon. So like I said, I'll be very, very brief. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lloyd. Thank you so much. So your question is addressed to government, but and hopefully you'll get an answer on further panels, I guess. unless Inspector Rusk, you want to get to the microphone and try to answer this. But I can understand that this is more addressed to Quebec government or Canada, and it's not to you to answer this question.
Yeah, I would say definitely for the government, both Quebec and Canada to speak to, and again, Sûreté de Quebec for them to speak to as well. It would be remiss of me to speak for anyone else as to what they have for that. However, as we've heard from many others here, capacity is always a big issue. And sometimes I think we can all understand about feeling like the old parable of Little Boy Blue and seeing the hole in the dam, and then you go to fill one, you try to fill another, and pretty soon you're strapped for only so many that you can fill with your hands and feet. But this definitely does resonate about hearing when there is any community that's lacking in such services. So, but nonetheless, I would turn that over to the others as mentioned.
Okay.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity, though.
Thank you so much for this. And so this ends our discussion panel, and I would like to say a big thank you to all our panelists, Doug, Boyd, Dwayne, and Dustin Rusk. Et nous allons maintenant poursuivre pour une pause. Alors, une pause bien méritée, une pause de 15 minutes. Il est présentement 14h55. Nous allons reprendre à 3h10, heure avancée de l'Est. Alors, 15h10 minutes, nous poursuivons avec le prochain panel, notre deuxième panel qui concerne la réforme des services de police. Alors, bonne pause, bon café, on se voit dans 15 minutes.
Welcome back, everybody. We are about to get started on our next discussion session. We have 4 panelists going to be presenting on this next session. Weena Siwi, Donald Worm, Melissa Lombard, and Chief Doris Bill is what I have on the agenda. I see Jean Vaclair. Did I say that right? No, I didn't say that right. Mina's saying no.
No, I thought Jean was going to answer. That's why I didn't. I was.
Yeah, Tim. It's Vicaire.
Vicaire.
Yeah, that's no problem, Tim. That's a minor mistake.
Yeah. No. Okay. Thank you for that. So again, we are getting into the next panel. So for those who are participating, we will be reconvening. Our break has concluded. Thank you very much for the question and answers that were answered by the previous panelists. I will be moderating this component for the next hour and 30 minutes. I think it's going to go. So we'll go in order of the presenters. So Weena and Jean, you are up.
Merci Tim. Alors justement, Jean et moi allons avoir des présentations complémentaires puisqu'elles visent les travaux entre autres de la commission Vient et visent le Québec. Alors, comme vous me connaissez toutes et tous maintenant, mon nom est Weena Siwi et pour le temps de ce panel, je vais changer mon chapeau et mettre ma toge virtuellement pour m'entretenir à vous parce que comme j'ai été l'avocate qui a représenté l'Assemblée des Premières Nations Québec-Labrador, la PNQL, dans le cadre des 2 commissions d'enquête qui ont eu lieu au Québec parallèlement. Donc, la commission d'enquête sur les relations entre les Autochtones et certains services publics, qu'on appelle aussi la commission Vient, due au nom de son président, l'ancien juge, l'honorable Jacques Vient. et l'enquête nationale sur les femmes et les filles autochtones assassinées et disparues. On va y référer aussi sur le nom de Enquête nationale ou NFADA. Alors, c'est la raison pour laquelle on m'a demandé de m'adresser à vous aujourd'hui en cette magnifique journée. Pour vous présenter un survol de la situation entourant plutôt la sécurité publique et les corps policiers Premières Nations au Québec. C'est une situation qui est quand même particulière, qui est très différente en général, partout ailleurs au pays. Alors, et comme je disais, M. Jean Vicaire va poursuivre après moi et ce sera complémentaire parce que lui pourra vous donner un regard beaucoup plus précis sur la situation au quotidien avec les yeux et le cœur d'un homme qui a agi sur le terrain au quotidien depuis très, très longtemps. Avant de commencer, j'aimerais apporter 2 précisions. La première, c'est que oui, les travaux de la Commission Vient visent le gouvernement du Québec. Mais le Canada, bien sûr, est aussi concerné par les constats, les appels à l'action et par la situation qui va être décrite par Jean et moi. Et deuxièmement, il faut comprendre aussi que le cadre législatif qui est spécifique aux communautés qu'on dit conventionnées, c'est-à-dire la nation Iiu, la nation Naskapi et la nation Inuit, est différent de celui des autres nations au Québec et je vais, pour ma part, m'attarder aux autres nations et donc ce que je vous présenterai ne s'applique pas nécessairement aux 3 nations dont je viens de vous mentionner. Alors, on commence. La première partie, je voulais vous décrire un petit peu le contexte de création et le mandat de la Commission Vient. Vous vous rappellerez sûrement, en 2015, il y a eu une vague de dénonciations de violences sexuelles et d'abus de pouvoir de la part des policiers de la Sûreté du Québec. Ces dénonciations-là, la Sûreté du Québec, je vais aussi possiblement dire SQ. Alors, Sûreté du Québec, SQ, c'est la même chose. Donc, ces dénonciations-là ont été faites par des femmes des Premières Nations de Val-d'Or. Alors, dans un premier temps, c'était de Val-d'Or, mais après, c'était partout au Québec. Et cette situation-là, cette première situation-là pour Val-d'Or a fait l'objet d'un reportage dans l'émission Enquête de Radio-Canada en octobre 2015 qui s'intitulait « Abus de la SQ et les femmes brisent le silence ». Alors, ce reportage-là a créé un véritable onde de choc partout au Québec, mais au pays tout entier, vous vous en rappellerez sûrement. Et on a aussi grandement salué le courage et la détermination de ces femmes-là qui, sans elles, on n'aurait pas pu, je serais même pas ici devant vous pour vous expliquer le portrait de la situation qui a été couvert par les travaux de la commission d'enquête Vient. Alors, c'est la raison pour laquelle le gouvernement du Québec, en décembre 2016, n'a pas eu d'autre choix, là, même s'il avait refusé à plusieurs reprises de le faire. Il a annoncé la commission d'enquête Vient qui, en dépit ou contrairement à ce qui était demandé sans arrêt par notamment la PNQL, mais aussi les différents représentants des Premières Nations au Québec, la mise en place d'une commission d'enquête qui viserait exclusivement la relation avec les services policiers et qui viserait la discrimination que vivent les corps policiers des Premières Nations. Le Québec a répondu « OK pour les services policiers, mais il va y avoir 4 autres services publics qui vont être visés, services publics du Québec. » Alors, la commission a visé 5 services publics, mais pour ma part, en ce moment, je m'adresse à vous juste pour la portion services policiers. Les autres services, c'est la justice, les services correctionnels, la santé, les services sociaux, puis la protection de la jeunesse. Et c'est pas du tout parce que ces services-là sont pas importants, puis l'analyse et l'enquête de ces services-là n'étaient pas importants. C'était extrêmement important. Mais en diluant tout ça, il y avait un peu moins d'importance qui était mise aux services policiers. Simplement aussi pour vous dire que les travaux ont terminé en décembre 2018 et que le commissaire Vient a déposé son rapport final le 30 septembre 2019 qui contenait 142 appels à l'action. Maintenant, ma deuxième portion de ma présentation, je voulais vous dresser un peu le portrait des services policiers dans les communautés des Premières Nations. D'abord, comme beaucoup de gens qui participent à ce forum le savent, c'est la politique sur la police des Premières Nations qui a été mise en place en 1991, qui encadre les ententes qui mettent en place les corps policiers des Premières Nations par le biais du programme, également un programme. La politique était fédérale, ce programme-là aussi est fédéral, le programme des services de police des Premières Nations. Au Québec, La prestation des services policiers dans les communautés des Premières Nations s'appelle un corps de police autogéré, un CPA. Et cette situation-là se démarque en grande partie du modèle qui est utilisé partout ailleurs au pays. Toujours au Québec, parce que c'est le but de ma présentation, le cadre juridique entourant la prestation des services policiers est en grande partie défini dans la loi sur la police. On en reparlera un peu plus tard, mais je veux porter à votre attention 2 articles de cette loi-là qui sont très importants à comprendre et à garder en tête. Le premier article, c'est l'article 70, qui prévoit que le territoire de toute municipalité locale doit relever de la compétence d'un corps de police. Et, d'autre part, l'article 90 de la loi sur la police qui précise que le Québec peut conclure avec une ou plusieurs communautés autochtones, chacune étant représentée par son conseil de bande respectif, une entente visant à établir ou à maintenir un corps de police dans un territoire déterminé dans l'entente. Le corps de police ainsi établi ou maintenu est, pendant la durée de l'entente, un corps de police aux fins de la présente loi. Alors, qu'est-ce qu'on comprend de ça? On comprend que le Québec peut choisir de conclure ou non une entente avec une ou plusieurs communautés des Premières Nations. Et plutôt que d'avoir l'obligation, comme c'est le cas avec les autres corps de police, l'article 70 qui dit « doit assurer un corps de police ». Alors, on comprend ici que le corps policier Première Nation tire son existence d'une entente. Une entente, ça a une date de début, ça a une date de fin. Cette entente-là à laquelle on réfère, elle est tripartite parce qu'elle doit être négociée et conclue entre le gouvernement de la Première Nation et le gouvernement fédéral et le gouvernement provincial. En vertu de cette entente tripartite-là, il y a un financement qui est établi et le financement sert aux activités du corps policier, puis il est assumé à la hauteur de 52% par le Canada et 48% par le Québec. En matière d'encadrement de la fonction policière, c'est important de préciser que les corps policiers des Premières Nations sont assujettis aux mêmes dispositions que les autres corps de police au Québec, incluant au plan déontologique. Pour vous donner une idée du portrait au Québec, on retrouve 22 corps policiers autochtones, c'est-à-dire 21 corps policiers Premières Nations et un corps policier Inuit. Il reste donc 11 communautés des Premières Nations qui n'ont pas leur propre corps policier au Québec. Ces communautés-là doivent être desservies par la Sûreté du Québec. C'est la loi. Si ce n'est pas un corps policier, elles doivent être desservies par la SQ, un corps policier Première Nation. Alors, de ces 11-là, il y en a 4 qui n'ont jamais eu leur propre corps policier, mais il y en a 7 qui en ont déjà eu un corps policier. Tantôt, on entendait Lloyd Alcon qui référait à Winaway, qui est visé par ces 7-là. Donc, c'est une des 7 communautés, c'est une communauté Anishinaabe, qui avait son propre corps policier, mais qui ont dû y mettre fin pour différentes raisons, mais c'est principalement lié au sous-financement et faute d'être parvenu à négocier une nouvelle entente tripartite. Alors, la troisième portion, j'arrive maintenant aux besoins et aux enjeux là, qui ont été présentés devant la commission vient. Alors, la PNQL et les chefs des Premières Nations, nombreux directeurs de police de corps policiers Premières Nations ont assuré une participation active et soutenue tout au long des travaux, puis je les remercie encore, puis je tiens à souligner ça, et plusieurs d'entre eux sont présents avec nous aujourd'hui et demain. Alors, je vous salue. Et pourquoi la participation concernant les corps policiers Premières Nations? Eh bien, c'était pour faire notamment état de la réalité sur le terrain en matière policière, puis le constat d'échec. Compte tenu du sous-financement et du traitement discriminatoire qui est vécu, notamment en raison de l'article 90 dont je vous mentionnais un peu plus tôt, l'article 90 de la loi sur la police, et évidemment des ententes tripartites qui en découlent. La PNQL a aussi dénoncé le fait que les corps policiers des Premières Nations ne bénéficient pas du même statut que les autres organisations policières au Québec et ne sont pas considérés comme des services essentiels. Ils sont plutôt considérés comme des programmes renouvelables ou non, et ils sont victimes d'une constante précarité, qui dépendent des budgets octroyés selon des critères souvent bien arbitraires et établis en leur nom par des gouvernements étrangers. Et j'ai nommé le Canada et le Québec. Alors, à l'échéance de leur entente tripartite, un stress énorme est mis sur l'équipe de négociation de la Première Nation qui est forcée de négocier leurs conditions même d'existence du corps policier et leur budget face à deux gouvernements, deux paliers de gouvernement qui sont étrangers, comme je le disais, le Québec et le Canada, qui, eux, déterminent préalablement entre eux l'offre qui va leur être présentée. C'est du moins ce que certains directeurs de police ont mentionné devant la commission Vient, et ils précisaient justement qu'il y avait le sentiment bien réel que les besoins qu'ils exprimaient pendant les négociations, parce qu'on va y revenir aussi sur le terme négociation, que c'était pas pris en compte, ou si peu. C'est qu'ils sentaient que tout avait déjà été décidé d'avance. Pour reprendre les termes du chef régional Picard devant la commission Vient, c'est essentiellement la logique du « apprendre ou à laisser ». Le commissaire Vient, lui, même aller plus loin que le chef Picard dans ses propos, en indiquant que ça lui faisait penser à une négociation avec un couteau sur la gorge. Imaginez, c'est le président de la commission d'enquête, lui, c'est comme ça qu'il a vu cette supposée négociation, alors, avec un couteau sur la gorge. Puis, si vous préférez, bien, il y a un des procureurs de la commission qui, lui, a parlé d'un fusil sur la tempe. Alors, on est loin de négociations de bonne foi, respectueuses et équitables et consentement libre et éclairé. Devant la commission Vient, la PNQL a donc insisté sur l'importance pour le Québec, sans oublier, bien sûr, jamais, le Canada, de reconnaître et respecter le droit inhérent des Premières Nations à l'autodétermination, qui est vital, central ici dans ce dossier-là. Ce droit à l'autodétermination se traduit ici par une possibilité pleine et entière d'assurer la sécurité et la protection de leurs membres et d'opérer les corps policiers, leurs corps policiers, ou encore, s'ils ne peuvent opérer pour une raison ou une autre leur propre corps policier, de recevoir des services policiers qui soient adaptés culturellement à la réalité de chaque nation et communauté. Et également, évidemment, de reconnaître une fois pour toutes que les corps de police des Premières Nations représentent des services essentiels et non des simples programmes renouvelables à tous les ans, 3 ans, 5 ans, 10 ans, selon le terme qui est prévu dans l'entente tripartite qui diffère, le terme diffère d'une entente à l'autre. Ce ne sont pas tous les mêmes termes dans chaque entente. Alors, évidemment, le sous-financement des services policiers des Premières Nations a de très lourdes conséquences et à plusieurs niveaux. M. Jean Vicaire va sûrement en parler davantage, mais rapidement, on peut penser aux impacts sur les ressources humaines. On pense à plusieurs corps policiers qui sont en sous-effectif. Il y en a qui mentionnaient, des directeurs de police qui mentionnaient que des agents doivent parfois travailler seuls, de soir, de nuit. Grande difficulté à attirer des nouveaux agents et de les garder, alors tout le temps en période de recrutement. Très difficile à opérer et à avancer, à avoir des réalisations ou une structure sur le long terme. Les directeurs de police ont même parlé d'un écart salarial qui pouvait aller jusqu'à 40 à 50% comparativement, par exemple, à la SQ. Tout ça a été présenté devant la commission Vient. Eh bien, il y a aussi des impacts, des répercussions négatives sur les infrastructures, les équipements policiers. Je pourrais vous donner une panoplie d'exemples comme ça. Par exemple, pour l'équipement policier, les véhicules, les gilets pare-balles, les appareils technologiques, bien souvent sont désuets, sont insuffisants ou simplement absents. Alors, c'est certain que j'arrive ici au rapport final et aux appels à l'action liés aux services policiers qui ont été rendus par le commissaire Vient. C'est certain que le commissaire, lui, ça l'a bouleversé, ça l'a frappé. Il n'a vraiment pas été indifférent à tout ce qui était présenté devant lui, qui, en quelque part, ça fait depuis au moins 90 que c'est connu, qu'on connaît plusieurs des aspects qui ont été présentés devant la commission. Alors, je poursuis. Donc, qu'est-ce qu'en a conclu, lui, le commissaire, de cette situation-là? Bien, précisons qu'on avait une petite idée en tête, une grande idée en tête, parce que même avant d'avoir déposé son rapport final en septembre 2019, le commissaire Vient, lui, avait déjà rendu un appel à l'action en mars 2018, après que la PNQL avait présenté un panel de chefs et de directeurs de police pour présenter l'état de la situation. Alors, à ce moment-là, sur le banc et même le lendemain, de façon beaucoup plus précise, le commissaire Vient a dit que les services policiers des Premières Nations, il s'est adressé, je fais une petite parenthèse, là, en s'adressant au Québec et par la bande au Canada, mais il s'est adressé publiquement en disant que les services policiers des Premières Nations doivent être reconnus au même titre que tous les autres corps policiers, en tant que service essentiel, et que le Canada et le Québec devaient s'engager de bonne foi dans un véritable processus de négociation en corrigeant les iniquités au plan financier afin de tenir compte des besoins réels exprimés par les communautés. Alors, dans son rapport final, le commissaire vient confirme l'inévitable. Il indique qu'il est impossible de nier la discrimination systémique dont sont victimes les membres des Premières Nations dans leur relation avec les services publics, qui inclut les services policiers. Il note d'ailleurs une absence de sensibilité évidente aux réalités sociales, géographiques, culturelles des peuples autochtones. Il dénote aussi une urgence et une nécessité d'agir. Parmi les appels à l'action, qu'est-ce qui est très intéressant ici, on retrouve notamment, et sans surprise, la nécessité de modifier l'article 90 de la loi sur la police pour reconnaître d'emblée au corps policier autochtone une existence et un statut similaires aux autres organisations policières au Québec. On retrouve aussi l'importance de reconnaître que les corps de police de Première Nation sont des services essentiels et qu'il faut assurer leur permanence afin d'opérer un changement véritable. Alors, le commissaire met également l'accent sur la formation, la langue, la nécessité de tenir compte des besoins identifiés par les autorités autochtones et j'en passe. Alors, pour conclure, j'aimerais souligner qu'après 1 an et demi du dépôt du rapport final, les actions du gouvernement du Québec, en lien avec les appels à l'action de la Commission Vient, spécifiques à la sécurité publique et au corps policier des Premières Nations, se font toujours attendre. Oui, c'est vrai que le Québec a annoncé récemment l'octroi d'une enveloppe budgétaire pour améliorer la formation des agents des 22 corps de police autochtones. Mais la question qui tue est, est-ce que le Québec acceptera, comme l'a annoncé le Canada, que les corps policiers autochtones représentent un véritable service essentiel, avec tout ce que cela implique? On souhaite ici que poser la question ne soit pas y répondre, hein, comme l'adage le dit de façon inversée. Parce qu'au-delà de la grande écoute du commissaire Vient et de son équipe, et de l'importance d'avoir eu un forum pour dire ce qui avait à être dit, qu'est-ce qui reste? Parce que dans ce domaine-là, actions speak louder than words. Les actions valent plus que les paroles. Alors, à suivre. Merci de m'avoir écouté et je donne maintenant la parole à Tim, notre co-facilitateur. Tim, à toi.
Thank you very much, Weena. For that, we will go directly to Jean. You are prepared to make your remarks?
Yes, I am.
Thank you.
So thank you. Thank you for having me with you today. It's not only a pleasure, but an honor to be speaking on behalf of an invitation from the Assembly of First Nations. I would like to say that I'm presently in the Algonquin and Anishinaabe territory of Leximo, which I've been working with this community since 2017. My career only started back in 1982, so I'm prehistoric to the First Nation policing program. When we began back in 82, I worked in my First Nation community. And at that time, while we had approximately 26 communities right across Quebec that were under one entity of an Aboriginal structured police service within communities across Quebec. All exception of the Naskapi, the Cree, and the Inuit, who were under a program within the James Bay and Northern Agreement. Since that time, I've seen many changes throughout the years. I've noticed that within Quebec now we have 22, as we now mentioned that there are 22 in one Inuit community. I had the opportunity within my career as being not only an officer within a First Nation police department, but I also worked for the Sortie du Québec for 24 years. And I had the opportunity of assuming the role of a First Nation liaison officer for many years. I've seen many developments within the structure of First Nation police organizations, which I would say more in the years of 1996, where one of the first communities that I can recall that made a transformation to the program, which is Picogan, who had decided at the time to get into this new type of format of policing, and since then they've been with that system. As for Leximo, I came as at 2 occasions. I was with the SQ at the time, and I took a leave of absence for 3 years from 2010 to 2013, where I worked with the community as far as developing the First Nation police department. But coming from the Sûreté du Québec, which is a big organization with all facilities and means and funding and capacity, I rapidly noticed that these agreements at the time that I was chief of police here from 2010 to 2013 were meant for failure, were meant for difficulty, were meant for not able to succeed and protect our people. When I look at that today, and at the time today, we're talking about infrastructures. Well, I can just tell you that it's only lately that we even mentioned the word infrastructures, because to the federal and provincial governments at the time in 2010, it was not even a consideration, because to the both levels of government, it was the responsibility of the local band council to take care, establish, maintain, and put a police station in place. Well, there's no funding for that. So how do you do it? We've had incidents where, unfortunately, people have taken their lives within detachments, unforeseen events that occurred. And today, we're seeing that we're moving towards doing things, but is it because of the Bien Commission? Is it because the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls? We have to be very prudent in all these approaches and announcements. If I can tell you that the last announcement that was made in December by the Quebec government, by public security, to enhance training, to enhance infrastructures, to enhance, to help us in different fields of building strong structures. Well, I say it's about time, but it's still, we've waited too long, because when we look at Bien, Commission has announced since 2019 that things should have changed. Well, we're in 2021 already. If I can give you a concrete example of that, all of us know that we've just been through a global pandemic with COVID. Well, believe it or not, First Nation policing services were not even considered for a clear indication or orientation right from the start, from the first day that the pandemic began across Canada. So there was no funding. The funding was discussed in February of 2021. That's where it began. So have things changed? I think that example clearly tells you that the train is pretty slow, and the movements are not being forwarded as they should be. And I'm not trying to sound negative. I'm just giving you facts that are reality. Infrastructures in some detachments are still at a very bad situation. You have wind blowing through the detachment on cold days, and situations that infrastructures with cells and police vehicles and training, the access to training is still a very, very big aspect that is not considered. I'm on a training committee with the Quebec Police Institute in Nicolette, l'École nationale de police du Québec. We've been working on that for a year and a half to make sure that all our people that we have access within training, basic training, believe it or not, but basic training for a First Nation person within Quebec was asked to pay 3 times the price of a person, of a non-native person that would go to the same institution. So these were barriers that today, since the announcement of 2020 of December by the minister, that these are put aside, but it took a long time. Okay. we have to think of our youth, and we have to think of the adults to give them an opportunity to a policing career, which I find that we have to seriously look at. If we don't have the proper structures within our communities, how are we going to incite younger generations to even think of a policing career within our communities? So that's another aspect that we have to look at. It's not just money, it's not just funding. It's more than that. It's an identity. It's an identity of a police department that represents the people that it serves. I've heard up to now community-based approaching. I can say that for myself, it's not something that we learned. It's something that we were brought up with. Community-based policing is something that's natural to us. That's how we work. So it's not a question of getting training for that. It's a question of more or less educating outside police forces that do come here within the community when we do require their assistance, to be educated in that community-based approach and to make sure it's respected. And that's one aspect that I can say. And the other thing that we now mentioned, that of course when I testified at the Viens Commission, it's more or less to establish that we can't be considered as a program. We're not a program. We've been there. I've personally been there, and many others have been there for well over 35 years, 30 years, 20 years, and they're still there today, and they're still dedicated to what they're doing. So I say that it's not a question of we can negotiate a tripartite agreement. No, it's not. It's got to be established that we are an essential service. We are established within the boundaries of law, and let's not forget that we go into the same courthouses as our counterparts, our police neighboring organizations. We deal the same. We have to apply the laws for the COVID. We're not exempt from that. We have to protect our people in the same way, the manner, the victims, to make sure that our young are protected when violence does exist within a household. We also have to protect the women from our communities, to make sure that, as you know, with cybercrime that's happening today, we have to make sure that our younger women and boys are protected within internet challenges that target, as the missing and murdered women had mentioned at the commission, is that they are not labeled, they are targeted. So that's what we have to really look at. And one other aspect is to look at the structure that's in place right now. What has to be changed, what has to be enhanced. But I always say it has to be done with First Nation involvement right from the start. We have approximately 450 officers across Quebec, First Nation officers. We have some communities, like we now mentioned and others mentioned, that we have to revive the police forces that lost their status in 2006 for some of them. In the Innu communities, I heard Chief Pietachot a while ago mentioning that, of course, it's when I listen to him, it's the identity that's important. It's a structure within the community that has trust, that has identification of the community, has the pride, and wants to provide services, and not only policing services, but adequate services. One mentioned earlier, who are the elders? Who's this? When we intervene, like if I can give an example of Lex Simon, we know almost everyone by their first name. So, and it's a population of 2,000. So that gives you the difference of a vehicle from a non-First Nation organization coming into the community, not even knowing who's the elders, who's the key people that you have to know to make sure that your intervention is going to be done okay, and that you're going to have collaboration instead of rejection by showing up to the call. The Viens Commission has taught us a lot, that I know that and I have to thank Justin Picard, because for many occasions he's fought many battles within policing as far as the need, the reason for having First Nation policing, the language, and also the service, but also the trust that exists within the police organizations and the police. And I think today we have to keep that in mind, that all these announcements are good. They're all good, but they have to be put in place. I'll give you an example. Some of our police departments have been granted two additional officers, 4 additional officers, 1 additional officer. So 110 for the whole country spread out. And we got so many in Quebec. Well, let me tell you that agreement is valid since April 2020. And there's not one dime that was deposited yet. And we're in 2021. So everyone is rushing right now to sign these agreements to make sure that, well, we did what we had to do, but just gives you another example of we have to be at the forefront to continue and to make sure that these announcements are followed up. We have to be in those committees that are looking at maybe changing the Police Act. And right now in Quebec, that's what's happening, that they want to restructure the Police Act. Well, we have to be involved in that. We have to have a say in that. We have to have the model that we want as First Nation people. So that's pretty well what, I don't even want to hear the word program anymore, because that's, that's good for Lloyd Robertson, who took his retirement from the National, but we're not a program, and I think we're past that time. We have qualified people in both investigations, in intervention within volatile situations within our communities. We have people that are sensitive, and we have people that are from their communities and they know their people. And when you look at incidents that have taken place, I can give you an example of 2016 where we lost 3 lives, 1 officer and 2 residents from the community. And that's only then where we've seen an increase of validation of a little bit of will to change and try to I could always say, like one of my former officers that I knew way back said, Jean, we're like a big tire tube. We're full of patches, but it's, and now we have to get a brand new tire, and we have to get a brand new tube, and we have to make sure that our future generations don't live this, because it's wrong and it's not right. And that's not what Canada should be giving, and Quebec should not be offering us, because we're not begging. We have the right for it. Thank you. Miigwech.
Miigwech, thank you very much for that, Jean. And Weena, thank you very much for your presentations. We'll be moving along to our next panelists, coming out of the Saskatchewan region. Donald Worm, thank you very much for joining us. Elisa Lombard, thank you very much for joining us. The floor is now your guys's.
Okay, well, thank you very much. First of all, let me just acknowledge the moderators, Tim and Weena. What an excellent job. This is an extremely difficult task at the best of times. You are organizing people who like to talk, like lawyers like me, and so on. And Weena, thank you for that excellent presentation as well. The VN's Commission is something that here in Saskatchewan, of course, we are obviously focused upon, because many of the same conversations have occurred here in this province. Our topic is the Stonechild Inquiry, and I will speak to it just very briefly, because I think given its vintage, it is now some 16 years since the report was issued in Stonechild, but it seems to me that some of those events that gave rise to the calling of this commission of inquiry still continue to haunt our citizens across this country. You will know perhaps that the Stonechild inquiry was called in February of 2003 following the gruesome discovery of not less than 6 First Nations men who were frozen to death in and around the city of Saskatoon, having been either in police custody previous to their discovery or having thought to have been in police custody. The inquiry was eventually triggered because while this investigation of these frozen Indigenous men was going on, Daryl Knight was a survivor of one of these so-called Starlight Tours. It was a term that was coined by Sage H. Henderson, who coined the phrase Starlight Tours, being when police officers would arrest or take into custody individuals and then unarrest them or deposit them at a place other than a custodial facility. What we had found out in the course of that public inquiry is that this practice had gone on not just in Saskatchewan and not just in Saskatoon, but indeed across the province and in fact in other provinces and in other cities. What made it different in 2002 and in that period was that it would appear that the police services had now begun to engage in this practice in the winter. And of course, here in the prairies, you don't need bullets to kill when the weather can do it quite easily and just as effectively for you. So that was the general environment that gave rise to this. Now, these investigations had initially been undertaken by the Saskatoon Police Service themselves, but of course, that was unacceptable because there is nothing that erodes public confidence faster than police investigating their own wrongdoings. And that clearly was the circumstance here. Ultimately, the Rcmp was brought in and Project Ferric was born, as it was then known, and it investigated these various freezing deaths. They came upon the case of a death that occurred more than 10 years previous in November of 1990. And this was the 17-year-old boy, Neil Stonechild, who was found frozen to death at the north end of Saskatoon. The public inquiry, as we began to drill down into those circumstances, it was disclosed that in fact Neil was in the custody of Saskatoon Police Services officers and that he was found quite dead some 4 days later. The whole investigation into this lad's death was frankly shorter than the time that the chief investigator from the Saskatoon Police Service was on the stand in the inquiry. I mean, that's the kind of effort that was put into it. And it was eventually said of young Neil Stonechild that he had wandered out there on his own and died in the cold. And of course, his mother never accepted that. She still doesn't. And thank God for mothers. And thank God for people like Stella Bignell, who brought this matter forward. And without her relentless demand for justice, we never would have gotten to this. What I can tell you, what was missing from this commission of inquiry was that there was nothing to permit it to be followed up. There was no ability for society to run a scorecard on the recommendations that ultimately were provided as a result of this commission. So, and this is true, frankly, for all commissions and many commissions, because once the order in council runs out, that's the end of the mandate. And there is nothing that allows us to then go back and say, did this commission really accomplish what it was meant to do? Do those recommendations actually provide us with some way forward? They don't if we do not continually revisit them. They do not provide us with any way to make fundamental changes if they are not continually revisited, because there is a tendency to backslide. And in as much as there was improvement in the relationship between Indigenous and non-Indigenous people here in Saskatoon, that has begun to backslide, as I've said. And in fact, those improvements have been undermined by individual instances of severe brutality by police officers on innocent individuals, innocent Indigenous individuals that are often captured on social media. We have that in Saskatoon, and in fact, we have that across the country. I guess my point here is this, and that is that the grotesque instances of police brutality, of course, which we hear much about, and my partner Alyssa Lombard will speak to two more recent incidences that we're involved in. But they continue to increase exponentially across the country, and it is resulting in the death of innocent Indigenous people. So unless we have the ability to be able to continually reflect upon commissions of inquiry and the great recommendations that have been brought forward, it seems to me that they often suffer the fate of simply gathering dust on the bookshelf. We cannot permit that to happen. And that we need a process much in the same way that our treaty elders have talked about the idea about treaty, the idea about the initial covenant chain, the idea that the covenant chain was meant to be a silver chain, and as silver tarnishes, that chain must be polished, and that chain must be tended to, and that relationship, it's a metaphor for the relationship that must be nurtured, that it must be tendered on a periodic basis, an annual basis, and that's what we are saying with respect to recommendations of police and policing in Indigenous communities. That while we have wonderful projects, we have programs. Regrettably, I'll use the word program. My friend Jean, I'm sure doesn't like that so much, but we do have these wonderful projects and programs that are being undertaken, but without an ongoing reflection about how things have gotten bad in the first place, it seems that we often run into and run back to a status quo that has not served Indigenous communities. With that, Alyssa, if you would.
Sure. Thank you everyone for inviting us today. I'd also like to acknowledge Rodney's family, who I believe is watching, and they're still here standing for their loved one's legacy and hopefully a measure of justice and some relief. At this point, I can say that although there are more questions than there are answers, some things are known, while others have been known for a very long time, as my partner Don aptly pointed out, and may be shared at this juncture. I think it's important to remember that we're talking about people, and I think everybody on this webinar understands that perhaps too well. Rodney was an uncle, a brother, a son, a father, and he really did love life, his family, and his nation. He had challenges that are common in society and unfortunately disproportionately present in First Nations societies. Rodney was killed on June 12th by an Rcmp officer who attended at a residence marginally off the Medipanaga First Nations Reserve. A few days after Chantel Moore's fatal shooting by an Edmundston police officer in Edmundston during a wellness check, and just a few months after Brady Francis's killer was acquitted of his death in a hit and run. Some hard blows have been dealt to First Nations in Mi'kma'ki and the territory of the Wolastoqey peoples in the last year or so. And so I do know, being a citizen of the Mi'kmaq Nation, that much healing is underway, and we're grateful for that. There is an inquest that has been scheduled for November with respect to Rodney's shooting death. However, New Brunswick is among the only, if not the only, provinces in which families and estates cannot obtain standing to make submissions before the chief coroner. What's more is that there appears to be no space for ill new ways of truth finding and no mechanism by which to engage our healing laws in an inclusive way. And by inclusivity, what we mean is that Rodney's family has been very open about the fact that they would like to meet with the attending officers on that day to address the pain that they all feel with respect to what happened. Lots of compassion there that many may not expect. There's no opportunity for this in the inquest's current structure. Further, Rodney's family has the right to understand what happened. And for that to occur, there has to be Ilnu interpretation in the large sense, not only the language, but that structure has to make sense to them. They have to see themselves in it. They have to understand it. And at the end of it, they have to walk away with a measure of peace. And the reason this is so critically important, just to hook on to what Mr. Worm was saying earlier about the importance of the treaty perspectives, is that Mascarene's Treaty of 1755, also known as Mascarene's Promises, entered by various First Nations in the Atlantic provinces, including the Wolastoqey and the Mi'kmaq, the Penobscot. They contain a very particular, or these promises contain a very particular provision that is highly relevant to what we are facing today. And that provision says, and I quote, that if any of the Indians are injured by any of His Majesty's aforesaid subjects or their dependents, they shall have satisfaction and reparation made to them according to His Majesty's laws, wherefore the Indians shall have the benefit equal with His Majesty's other subjects. Now, there's an important kernel of reciprocity here that we ought not forget, and that is that our people also promised not to molest the settlers and His Majesty's subjects. And on that, although it is just a little bit lengthy, I think it's really important to share this excerpt from Marie Baptiste's curated book entitled Living Treaties, Narrating Mi'kmaq Treaty Relations. This particular article was written by a close family member, I guess as close as you can get. And I've heard this story many, many times, and it is reproduced here with what I found was surprising accuracy. And it starts like this, open quote. 3 events illustrate the Mi'kmaq Code of Conduct for establishing good relations. The first is the Treaty of 1678 with the Wabanaki leaders at Casco Bay in the present-day US, state of Maine. Once both parties had agreed to the terms, the British documented the English language terms on parchment and hosted a lavish feast. Of course, Mi'kmaq terms were undocumented, passed on by oral traditions. Presents were exchanged: furs, meat, wampum, guns, gunpowder, lead, musket ball, molds, blankets, and more. The feast involved the pipe ceremony, sweat lodges, drumming, and dancing. After 3 days of celebration, the English and Wabanaki finally stood together in front of 2 pillars of stone called the Two Brothers. The men who gathered together formed a circle, linking their arms, creating a human chain around the 2 brothers. We call the treaty Debludaen, from Deb, meaning inside, and Eludaen, meaning fence. Because the men formed a human chain like a fence and agreed on the words that were shared with each other inside this human fence. As a final gesture, the Wabanaki lit a sacred pipe and shared it with the English, indicating that together they were sending their treaty words to the sacred directions. The agreement could not change unless the parties came together to take back their own words. The English were asked to bury a sword, and an Indian hatchet was placed on top of it. The meaning of this gesture was that the hatchet would remain buried unless the English raised their sword again against the Indians. If their hatchet was exposed because of the action of the British, they could pick up their hatchet in defense. Nesquat means to defend oneself in Mi'kmaq or in Ilnu. There's a dance we call the Nesquat, which is danced at the Mi'kmaq Grand Council meetings at Botlottek, Cape Breton, or Unamagi. The person dancing holds one hand in the air as in defense to ward off blows coming towards him or her. The dance has been called the war dance by anthropologists, though this is inaccurate, for it is not a dance of aggression, but of defense. So what I glean from this is that access to the courts essentially means the same thing. Our concepts of justice, therefore, are the same, but the benefit the treaty speaks of has not been extended on the basis of equality to Ilnu and other First Nations in New Brunswick and beyond. We know this, we can see it, we can feel it. Unfortunately, Rodney's family feels it very deeply. And when we try to get to the bottom of it and dance the Nesquat in today's world, we are viewed again as aggressors. So basically, what we see today are that Rodney's, Chantel's, and Brady's cases are manifesting the problems that arise with the increased militarization of police services and the current calls to defund the police. And in the wise words of my partner, Dawn, with regard to the latter, it should be made very clear that to defund the police doesn't necessarily mean abolishing police services, but perhaps not having armed hammers do wellness checks. I think we might be able to agree on that. Now, with respect to the renewal process, one of the issues, or one of the primary issues that I think has been a common thread among our presentations here, is that once the mandate of any commission, inquest, or inquiry, or any other investigative body is concluded, it then is incumbent upon the political will of whichever government is in power. And of course, we know there is no political will. So we therefore have to make sure that the cumulative impact of these multiple inquiries and inquests firmly roll into systemic change. A change where Rodney and all those in need of health supports, of intervention, of crisis support are treated with the dignity they deserve, entitled under the terms of our treaties. Thank you. Willan.
Thank you very much, Don and Alyssa, for that presentation. Thank you so much. Again, to the participants, there is going to be a opportunity to ask questions. If you could raise your hand in the feature function, we will be taking questions after the last panelist, who is going to be speaking now, Chief Doris Bill, on alternative models for community safety. So Chief Bill, the floor is yours.
Done, Jay, and good afternoon, everyone. I hope you are all safe, and you know, spring is in the air here in the Yukon, and we're just so looking forward to getting rid of all this mountains of snow we accumulated. Again, my name is Doris Bill. I'm Chief of the Kwanlundun First Nation. First, I just want to tell you a little bit about our community. We are a Southern Tushone, Tlingit, and Tagish-Kwan people. We are located right in the city of Whitehorse, with about 250 households in one area and another 20 households in a separate part of the city. Our main community is a kilometer by kilometer, and our traditional territory covers parts of Whitehorse and in and around the outskirts of the city. We are the largest private landowner in the city, and we were also the first urban land claim in Canada back in 2005. We have been self-governing since that time, and that has given us the flexibility to build programs and services that meet our own needs. Living in the city, though, you know, it has its advantages, but it also has its challenges. Because Whitehorse is a central hub of the Yukon, it attracts people from all over the Yukon to the city. About 75% of Yukon's overall population live in Whitehorse. And you know, as a result of COVID, and we feel that population begin to increase again. There are people moving back here. There's also transient people from outside, including gang members that come in from outside that are heavily involved in drugs, and some community. Shortly after I was first elected in 2014, I'm on my third term now, there were several very tragic incidents that sent our community into complete turmoil. There was the murder of a young woman, and not long after that, the murder of an elderly man. Both were not our citizens, but were connected to our community in some way. With these tragic deaths, our community reached a breaking point. We also had other violent crimes, break-ins, and safety issues going on at the time, things that just kind of really bubbled to the surface. It was so bad, single moms were sleeping with baseball bats by their beds. Elders were saying they didn't feel safe even going out for a simple walk. Through several safety meetings, our community made it clear they wanted change. So we went to work and made community safety and wellness a priority. Together with the community's help, we set about working on community safety, which include community safety officers or CSOs. We started by looking at the entire community. We established an interagency working group that included Rcmp, bylaw, the city, territorial justice officials, and others to look at community safety issues we were facing. We engaged SCAN to monitor bootlegging and other criminal activity in the community. SCAN is a Safer Community Neighborhoods unit that supports communities by investigating and shutting down criminal activity. We also established the community safety officers. One thing we heard during our citizen consultations was people felt safer when someone was watching over our community. Along with the officers, we implemented physical infrastructure changes, such as proper lighting on buildings, clearing trails for safety, getting rid of party sites. We got rid of over 150 old vehicles from around our community. Citizens went to work and cleaned up their yards. We hauled an incredible amount of garbage out of our community. We also established a tip line for citizens to report anonymous complaints. We built successful partnerships and had full participation from Yukon government, Rcmp, the city, and many other partners. What we did was essentially take responsibility for our community and our safety issues. We built the program from the ground up with our citizens to ensure we had community buy-in. We obtained real-time statistics from the Rcmp and bylaw, and that helped to determine what was going on in our community and when the peak times were for criminal activity. When we built the CSO program, we used those peak hours for when the patrols would be most effective. Through the data, we also discovered that most of the violent crimes that were committed in our community were being committed by people who didn't belong here. One of the highest number of complaints was that I called the police and charges are never laid. When we analyzed the calls to Rcmp, we found that it was actually our own people that were not following through on the charges. When we started with 2 community safety officers and 2 land stewards. We have now expanded to 6 safety officers, including 2 trainees and 6 land stewards. Together with the BC Justice Institute of BC, we created the curriculum to include trauma-informed training, conflict resolution, investigative techniques, and first aid and other kinds of training. The CSO program is designed to build relationships and work closely with law enforcement. It is culturally responsive and has been well received by our citizens. Our elders are its biggest cheerleaders. During our General Assembly, we heard them praise the CSOs and cried as they shared how the CSOs have helped them. They pleaded with us to continue and to seek permanent funding. Our people trust the CSOs where there isn't always that same level of trust with the Rcmp. I think it works so well because it was designed by the community. We consulted our citizens every step of the way and established a safety forum for them to continue the safety dialogue. The CSO officers provide early detection and de-escalation of conflict in the community. They don't enforce the law, but help to de-escalate tense situations. It's not a use of force model where they try to match the person's same level of aggression. It is a great example of conflict-free resolution. It's proven its worth not only to the community, but to the Rcmp. They've offered support to this program because it's been such a help to them. The CSOs are essentially the eyes and ears of the community. They free up the RCMP officers to do other work. They have reduced the number of nuisance calls. They have intervened in situations that could have ended badly, especially for young women who were in extremely unsafe situations. We also have documented evidence where they have saved lives. We have seen a reduction in crime. Calls to service to the community is dropped. It has also reduced costs to the territorial government in services. It has also reduced stays at the Whitehorse Correctional Center. It provides wraparound services to our citizens. They've provided safe rides in extreme situations. They built up trust and relationship with the elders by having tea with them. It has become an essential service not only to our community, but to the larger city as well. The RCMP were very skeptical of the CSOs in the beginning. They didn't understand what the CSO's role was or what we were trying to achieve. We have since won them over. They understand the program and they like it and see its value. I believe that the CSOs are an essential service. It fills the gap between the RCMP and the community. I believe the RCMP and other police agencies must make space for community-born safety initiatives like ours. Other First Nations and from Yukon and across the country have expressed a desire to have a similar program. We've had requests from the larger city of Whitehorse to expand the CSOs into the city. We have also had international attention both before and during the Black Lives Matter movement and have been consulted about racism in policing. We've had interest from as far away as New Zealand, New York, Alaska, and in between. It has drawn attention from around the globe. The CSO program is also consistent with the Truth and Reconciliation Commission and relevant calls to justice identified by the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls. It's also one of the pillars in the Yukon's Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls strategy, called Changing the Story, that was announced recently. It is also consistent with the spirit and intent of our modern day treaties. Right now, we are funded by both federal and Yukon governments, and I am in the process of trying to renew those agreements. I thank both governments publicly and privately whenever I get the chance, because it's important this is an essential service continue, and I want to hold up our partners. We are also negotiating our own administrative justice agreement through our modern day treaties. The AJA will provide Kwanlin with a justice framework that will provide a holistic and culturally relevant approach to our justice issues. The CSO program will eventually move under that framework to become a permanent part of our justice services in the community. Kwanlin has also signed a letter of expectations with the RCMP. That agreement will better define the policing services within the community and ensure our cultural needs are reflected in the service the RCMP provide. It lays out our expectations of the RCMP and how they operate in the community by working collaboratively alongside our CSOs and with the committee of citizens and members of our Justice Department. We have also implemented other restorative justice measures alongside Kwanlin Dunn's internationally recognized Jackson Lake Healing Camp, which provides trauma-informed programming. We have come a long way since we began this journey. Many hard discussions were had and tears were shed along the way, including some by me. I believe community safety is at the heart of keeping our community strong and healthy. It's one of the most difficult things to undertake because you are dealing with people's lives and changing attitudes and behaviors. A fundamental shift took place in our community because of all the things we undertook and the fact we took responsibility over our own safety in our community. Leadership does not have all the answers. You need that citizen voice at the table. We have proven there are effective alternatives that can be tailor-made to each community that can work, if the desire to change is there. Ultimately, you need to walk this walk together with your citizens. Make sure you bring them along, because it's a process leadership cannot do by themselves. Although implementing such a program is difficult, it is tremendously rewarding when you see the kinds of successes we have achieved here in the Yukon. Ganas chis masicho, shonithan.
Jimmy Gwetch, Chief, thank you very much for that presentation. Thank you to all the panelists for your presentations. We now move to questions from the floor. If the participants in the meeting would like to ask a question, there is a feature on the screen where you can raise your hand and you will be brought to the microphone to ask your question. You can also write your question down, type it in, and I will do my best to read it. So we have a typed in question, it was for the chief. It's from Eric Ross. So Chief Bill, did the Community Safety Officer program described by you require changes to the Police Act in order to provide powers for the individuals involved?
No, it didn't. We had quite a bit of flexibility with this program because we are self-governing. We just went about building it. We didn't know in the beginning where we were actually going with it, but as we started to talk to our community and learn more about our community and what was happening, it began to take shape. We kept talking with our community, and that's how the program was born. I included government, in that conversation, both the city and the Yukon government. And when we completed the program, we actually took it to the Yukon government and talked to them about their involvement and said, essentially, we don't want someone just to come in and fund the program. That's not what we're looking for. We're actually looking for partners. We understand we're in the city of Whitehorse. We cannot do these things by ourselves. We need you at the table. And so, part of my goal being a chief has been to improve on those partnerships with the larger community.
Thank you, Miigwech Chief. There's another question directed to you from Randy Bear. How did your community initially react to the Community Safety Officer program?
Well, it was interesting. When I was talking about, our people sleeping with baseball bats by their beds, when the murders happened in our community, a lot of issues started to bubble to the surface, and we saw a lot of the residential school traumas and all kinds of things started to come out. And one of the things we did was just hire some of our citizens, our men, to just go out and drive around the community. And, I started to get messages when this was happening, and they say, thank you, I feel so much safer. And just by the conversation with our citizens, I started to realize that, it's having our own people and our men out there watching over the community like they used to do. That was the traditional role of our men. And putting them back in that role was I think it was very rewarding. And we began to see that this, we need to build something around this. And that's how it started.
Thank you for that, Chief. Thank you very much for answering those questions. I don't see any more questions coming from the participants. Nobody has raised their hand. There's no other questions in the Q&A. So I would like to thank the panelists for your very informative discussions and subjects covering the country coast to coast. So thank you very much for that, for this panel presentation. I thank you for participating.
Thank you, Tim.
Thank you, Tim. Merci, Wina.
Wina, merci.
Merci à vous.
Merci, Speaker. Merci tout le monde. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much. All right, Wina, it is about that time. We've gone through the day successfully, right on time. Anything to add before we go to Mike Mitchell for our closing prayer?
Thank you, Tim. Merci, Tim. J'aurais aimé faire un petit survol rapide de la journée de demain. Alors, un gros merci à tous nos participants, nos panélistes. Aujourd'hui, un sujet extrêmement important qui, on le voit là, par le nombre de participants, a interpellé et interpelle beaucoup de monde. C'est un sujet au cœur, fondamental, au cœur de la vie des communautés des Premières Nations. On parle de la sécurité de notre monde. Alors, on est arrivé à la fin de la journée. Demain, on va commencer à la même heure qu'aujourd'hui. On commence demain à midi, heure avancée de l'Est, et on vous demande, ou on vous encourage plutôt à vous brancher un peu avant, peut-être une dizaine de minutes avant, pour vous assurer que tout est correct au niveau de la technologie, qu'il n'y a pas de problème. S'il y a un problème technique, on vous rappelle qu'il y a un courriel et un numéro de téléphone sans frais qui est dédié à ça et qui a été partagé dans le courriel qui confirme votre inscription que vous avez reçue et qui contient le lien là, pour vous brancher aujourd'hui et demain. C'est le même lien pour la conférence qui se poursuit demain. Alors, demain, on va entendre beaucoup de directeurs de police et chefs de commissions de police un peu partout au pays. On va entendre demain notre première séance plénière sera avec la Sécurité publique Canada, et ensuite l'Association des chefs de police des Premières Nations. On va entendre aussi la Commission des services de police de la Première Nation de File Hills. On va poursuivre avec un deuxième panel qui concerne encore les services évidemment de police des Premières Nations avec le service de police des Naskapi et ensuite le service de police des Premières Nations du Manitoba. Le troisième panel, en fait, je ne sais pas si on peut dire un panel ou à la séance plénière avec questions et réponses parce qu'il y a seulement un présentateur, une présentatrice sur ce panel. Alors, c'est la commissaire Brenda de la GRC, la commissaire là, qui a notamment témoigné devant l'enquête nationale sur les femmes et les filles autochtones et assassinées et disparues. Et ensuite, le quatrième panel sera avec le service de police des Mohawks de Akwesasne et ensuite la tribu des Bloods, le chef de police de la tribu des Bloods. Et le dernier panel, le dernier panel, c'est pas un panel, c'est on aura un récapitulatif du forum avec les deux chefs régionaux qui sont titulaires des portefeuilles, des dossiers justice et sécurité publique, alors avec le chef Picard et le chef TG. Et comme on vous l'a annoncé un peu plus tôt aussi ce matin, le ministre Blair sera également avec nous en personne demain pour terminer la journée. Alors, je me tourne donc maintenant vers le gardien du savoir, l'aîné Mike Mitchell, pour la prière de fermeture qui va terminer cette journée d'une bonne façon et qui pourra alimenter aussi nos réflexions qu'on pourra poursuivre ce soir. Alors, Mike, to you.
Merci. Il fait beau ce soir. It sounds and it looks like you've had a very productive day. You're having a productive meeting. You are very cordial, professional, kind in addressing each other as well as the issues. Sometimes you're very hard, very emotional, but you've managed to get through today in a seemingly very productive way. And so those are the words that we want to say before we close the meeting. We'll close by us saying the same words we said at the beginning, acknowledging all of creation, all of the creation life, human, animal, the air, the water, the land. So I'll say this all in my own language, because that's the other important element as Indigenous people is the language that we speak. The language we were given by our ancestors and by the Creator a long time ago. And so we never want to exist without it, because that's our identity, that's our strength. And so in the battle for our rights goes along with that, our culture, our language, and Indigenous inherent right. Justice is the same thing between ourselves. So tomorrow I'm going to tell you a short story. It's called The Dish with One Spoon, how our people took care of the land and each other. But today we're tired, so I'll do the closing in my language. Kanyageha. No one is around, they're going to hold them. Ne do atara. Nega di ono nero ya gawe. Anse do ayan, don't do no adon. Chien watchkanizo. You go jahaya. Onega di agawe. This is the one horado, Nessagoya disco. Tana Guego, ne chinista jog, other day what's going like it. It's the way out. Scadiguna, we're going to get out there. Chino, Chiganagarunia, Chihum Jade. Aguego Negaya, Chitahona down hike. Tana Agari Nicawalage. Chiaguirodo. Aguego, ne, Chiganagarunia, down on there. Uchi the Hogoma, Kayo. Taking the Garaquare, Oscar Chisot, down on Asataneka Garaqua. Down on a new one is a Jana Dioswate, those what tell the Chidawachia. Down on there, he's an Agarunyade to the Naktalaguani, Nasagoya Diso. Now we're going to read you the Guadaqua. Oh, no, Dutchko. On the Watake, now the Guadani Rat stuff, was going to do one of 30. Nega de Chidawaya, and Aguego Scandiguna Gunat. Teaching what I don't Aguego. Don't actually what Nega said, Nega in weather. Scona, young says, you know, this is what that's squadron. Don't Aguego, Scona is one of Tonio. That's what that Gary did. And she had done Iguna, there to get that soon. As you go, you can walk down to the ditch to go for hiking. So I tell an old ain't what happened. Now, do what they go on, I don't do what do it. When I got this over again, when I'm there, no one is around them. When I got there, you and it's got to do what that's there. Oh, yeah. I just want to do good. You got in a that's one you're going down there too. And that closes off today's session. Thank
you very much, Mike Mitchell. Thank you for that. And with that, we'll close the meeting, and we will see everybody tomorrow at noon Eastern time. Miigwech.